microphone and the headphone. If you talk into the microphone and you have the headsets around your neck, it causes feedback because those headphones are speaker, and maybe leave it on your ears, then it's safe and the sound will be clear, okay? Yeah. Yes. Leave it on your ears because if you put it around your neck, it will cause feedback. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, it's off. I turn it on, I give thumbs up, and then we can start. It's on. Don't worry. Nadia, it's okay. He will. Don't worry.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you everyone from attending from Europe. We know it is early in the morning over there. I have the pleasure. Well, first let me apologize for Anna Pirani. Unfortunately, she's presently involved in the last stages of the negotiations, and she's not able to be with us today. You know, the goal of this event is to give some highlight of the special report on climate and environmental coastal risks in the Mediterranean. MEDEC has produced two reports lately. One, it is on the UEFA Nexus that was introduced and explained on Tuesday, and this one on coastal risks. Let me say a few words about MEDEC. You know, MEDEC, which stands for Mediterranean Expert on Climate and Environmental Change, is an independent network made by scientists. It was founded in 2015, and we are a community of experts that we are set the task of bridging between citizens, policymakers, and science. And we aim, we're very ambitious, we aim at playing a role similar to that played by IPCC on global scale, but for the Mediterranean. And not to limit our assessment, our dissemination of robust scientific information to climate change, but also to include other environmental drivers and also socio-economical drivers. We interact with PLIFF, with the Union for the Mediterranean. We are supported by the Union for Mediterranean and by UNEP MAP, the Mediterranean Action Plan. And since 2018, we are hosted by PLIFF. The Secretariat of MEDEC is hosted by PLIFF in Marseille. And our first important deliverable being the first Mediterranean Assessment Report, and now we are talking during this COP29 about two more reports, special reports. Well, I think let me proudly show you some important recognitions that are being achieved by MEDEC. And particularly the MAR1, the first assessment report, has been endorsed by the contracting party of the Barcelona Convention in their in the meeting 22nd, which was held in Antalya, Turkey. And the special report on coastal risks was endorsed by the same Contracting Party Convention in Porto Rosso, Slovenia in 2023. And on top of that, we have received, MEDEC has received the prestigious North-South Prize of the Council of Europe with motivation for our effort to address climate change and biodiversity conservation in the Mediterranean, and in particular by drafting the first ever scientific assessment on climate and environmental changes impacts in the Mediterranean basin. So I am shifting now, and today we have with us, well, me. I am playing a double part. I'm introducing the meeting, but I'm also reporting on the overall structure and the information contained in the report on coastal risks. And then we'll have connected from Alexandria Mohamed Bedrabo, coordinating lead author of a special report on coastal risks, and from the University of Malta, Stefano Moncada, coordinating lead author also of this report. And we have here with us in the room Daria Pov-Skugor, director of PAPRAC and also lead author of the special report. So now moving me to my second role today, that of describing the overall content of the report. Well, it has been a massive effort. It took about 2 years to be completed since the COPI meeting to the launch of the report. And the summary for policymakers has become available today, I think. And the full report will be available in very, very few days. We have just some minor technical issues with the figures. It took 2 years, as I said, to complete it. It were actually 3 years since there was the first call for authors. It has involved 55 authors at much more if you include actually the contributing authors and the expert reviewers. From you here, from this terminology I'm using, we have adopted the procedure of IPCC also for the authorship. We had authors from almost all countries around the Mediterranean Sea. And on the left you can see the summary for policymakers, on the right, sorry, you can see the summary for policymakers, the cover of it, as it has become available in these days. So the report, what is the structure of the report? Well, it is, of course, a massive effort. We have been reviewing well over 1,000 scientific publications. We have addressed during the review 1,500 review comments. How it is structured? Well, of course, there is a conceptual framing of a report at the very beginning, but then we focus on drivers. Drivers such as climate drivers, pollution, non-indigenous species, and socio-political drivers. Of the drivers, we try to assess which is the present condition of these drivers, the observed trends, and the future expected evolution of the drivers. Out of those drivers, we get impacts and risks, chapter 3, and then we'll have solutions to problems such as the presence of non-indigenous species and pollution, and adaptation to contrast climate change risks. Finally, last chapter 5, pathways and how the Mediterranean region can adopt sustainable pathways towards the achievement of sustainable development goals. And we have the synthesis of all of it in the summary for policymakers. So we are here addressing the coastal zone. The coastal zone, it's sometimes hard to define precisely what is the coastal zone. We have had a relatively loose general definition of a coastal zone. Coastal zone has both a land and a sea part, And the characteristic of a land part of a coastal zone, it is to be affected by marine processes, and of a marine part of a coastal zone to be affected by land processes. Here you have a cartoon depicting processes and drivers relevant for the management of the coastal zones and the risks that they pose. I said socioeconomic drivers. Well, socioeconomic drivers are fundamental in affecting the health of ecosystems and the well-being of citizens. Social drivers are really strong in the Mediterranean region, where we have strong contrast, strong differences among the different countries. One particularly strong driver is the increase of coastal population and the role of a coastal zone as a major global touristic resource. We have also overexploitation of a coastal zone in terms of resources, spaces, and you know how the use of spaces can be conflicting sometimes with natural-based solutions when you have to decide how to locate an area. Then environmental drivers. Well, pollution is a major environmental driver. And here we have some light and shades. If you look at that, a complex view, where if you look to toxic metals and persistent organic pollutants, you can really see some progress. Some progress which has been produced through technological development and strict regulations concerning the release of these pollutants in the environment. But we have a major problem, which is plastic. Plastic, it is of course impacting locally. There is a local plastic pollution, but you know, plastic is a very long-lasting material, and you can't constrain the pollution by plastic to the area around the source. And unfortunately, the Mediterranean is one of the most heavily plastic polluted sea of the world. But forgot to say non-indigenous species. Well, the ecosystem is very rich area in ecosystem, the Mediterranean. These ecosystems are under threat because of climate change, because of pollution, because of exploitations. And this determines a weakness of some of those ecosystems that makes them particularly vulnerable to non-indigenous species. Where the warming of the waters tend to favor the expansion of subtropical fishes and in general subtropical species that tend to replace or strongly affect, replace local species or strongly affect the food chain. Finally, going to climate change drivers. It is a region where we have substantial warming, both over land and over sea. We have heat waves, both over land and over sea, and particularly over sea, heat waves are being associated to mass mortalities. We have a decrease of precipitation and increase of evapotranspiration, tends to produce more dry, hardy conditions. We have acidifications, pH is decreasing. We have a rise in mean sea level in a microtidal environment where many structures are located quite close to the coast. And that also implication with overexploitation for salinization of aquifers. Sea level rise is also the main driver of coastal erosion, threatening many ecosystem and environment along the Mediterranean coast. And if you see here, the basic message it is that we have an observed trend for most, if not all, the climate drivers, and these trends are expected to become stronger in the future unless emissions are really effectively reduced. Of course, and the next speaker will talk more extensively than me about that. Then we have risks. We have risks in terms of coastal erosion, flooding, losses in ecosystem and ecosystem services. We have negative economic and environmental impacts, but we do have also adaptation tools and solutions. However, if we look to the present situation, protection from flooding is mostly engineer-based. And the future expected sea level rise, when we talk about sea level rise, we talk not whether it will rise or not, but how much it will rise. And generally, coastal structure, defense structure, they don't explicitly account for future sea level rise. We have nature-based solutions, very promising, excellent perspectives. However, very often the implementation of nature-based solutions needs a strong consensus from citizens and stakeholders, such as relocation. It does not appear everywhere possible in the Mediterranean, so of course it will be sometimes in maybe not a near future, but on a longer time range, a necessary adaptation strategy. Active protection, yes, is going on, but not at a sufficient pace. And non-indigenous species, well, we hear about them very often also in the media. Action to contrast them are not very effective so far. So, mitigation adaptation measures are still insufficient to attain the desirable and livable futures. A mix of adaptation measures, technological and nature-based, legal, political, economic instruments, and behavioral nudges are available. And we should do, at least if we want to see in the future a Mediterranean preserving the characteristics that we know now, and being a place of sustainability for ecosystem and society, we should do our best to implement them. Now I'm leaving the room to Mohamed Bedrabo. Hi, Mohamed. Are you connected?
Hi.
Okay, great.
Yes, I'm connected.
Yeah. The floor is yours. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Okay, it's my pleasure to be part of the presentation of the work of the medic that, as Piero was saying, it took a couple of years to complete. I'm going to complement what Piero was saying about the coastal risks in the Mediterranean by just focusing on the main aspects of the management of these risks. It's divided between climate change impact and environmental impact. So in terms of adapting to coastal flooding, current coastal management, it's mainly based on high coast engineering protection, which is decreasing efficiency due to sediment scarcity in coastal areas, which is a serious problem. Solutions so far address mainly the near-term risk, and it doesn't take into account the long-term risks and the impacts of such risks. We will reach the soft limits by the 21st century, and due to ongoing sea level rise for these options. In terms of overlooking climate change and future sea level rise, in terms of flood risk management, that will create risks and can also cause maladaptation in the future. So that need to be taken into consideration. Adapting to coastal erosion, we're talking about the time preference. Its nature-based solutions are gaining more momentum and more attention, but still the scale is not up to the required action level due to limitation in terms of space and capabilities and consensus between different stakeholders. Also, in terms of coastal erosion, current management, current actions only consider a sea level rise in the future, but to a limited extent. It does not take that into account very much in the implementation and planning. So there's a need for more transparent communication and governance in order to enable scaling current actions into the future to assist in avoiding maladaptation in the future. Reducing pollution, we're talking about, in terms of management, we're talking about source point of pollution or the receiving systems. Whatever the action that you're taking, there's a need to for continued long-term monitoring and quantifying ecosystem quality using various indicators to assess the actions being taken, and to also adopt recovery management plans. Pollution reduction in terms of the source point, we have different options. We need to consider improving production and consumption practices. We need to promote eco-friendly waste management practices that would be accompanied that need to be accompanied by market-based instruments and legislation. In terms of managing biodiversity losses, we are talking about the need for adequate conservation measures and adaptation, especially if the climate change is kept under 1 degrees with no or a small outshoot. But the problem will be more serious when we talk about much higher temperature increase. Policies addressing one of the problems with the biodiversity, as Piero was saying, it's about non-indigenous species. There is a need that we consider the eradication initiatives, commercial exploitation of the non-indigenous species, and also to provide protected habitats for native species. Yes, such strategies are important, but they need to be documented, they need to be examined in order to assess their efficiency in attaining the intended objectives. Freshwater scarcity, it's already a problem in the region, but is expected to be more serious in the future. Most of the actions right now focusing on increasing water availability, water supply through additional storage facilities, but there's still a need for water demand management. We need to look at the other side of the story, which is the demand side, to reduce demand in order to complement the water supply management action being taken at present. The adaptation limits for the water scarcity will be reached when we talk about more than 3 degrees of global warming. And in some parts, it will be a more serious issue as well. The science policy context, what are we talking about is, we're talking about assessment, we're talking about action, we're talking about examinations of risks. So we need to have a science policy interaction. The context right now is we have various initiatives and activities trying to impact policy making by introducing more scientific outputs and in a more systematic approach. For example, in 1975, the MAP was adopted as a framework convention dedicated to protecting the Mediterranean Sea against pollution. Other initiatives followed: Blue Med, strategic and innovative agenda, the EU Coast Action, Ocean Governance for Sustainability, and all these policies and regional initiatives are currently being supported by the EU Green Deal. What we need to think about, what we need to consider is to engage science in dialogue with policymakers, stakeholders, citizens, because this will help in raising awareness and knowledge, as well as to build trust between different parties. Additionally, plan preparation can be a good opportunity to establish permanent structure for science policy interaction through organized and dedicated framework, such MEDEC, designed to overcome differences and barriers. Current challenges, such as the need for joint work, more data, dealing with existing deep uncertainties, can be managed through regional cooperation. Finally, the two take-home messages. I'm just repeating what Piero was saying. Mitigation and adaptation measures are still insufficient to attain desirable and livable futures. We need to consider transformative policies at the national and the regional level that use legal, policy, and economic instruments. It should try to change the attitude of people and different stakeholders in order to create a climate resilient, sustainable development pathway. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for your overview of adaptation and risks. Next speaker, which it will start, is Stefano Moncada from Malta. Hi, Stefano.
Yeah.
Hi, good.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for joining
Good morning,
us.
Pierre.
Good morning.
My pleasure, and thank you for inviting me, and greetings to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm sure many people are watching from different time zones, so welcome everyone. So like Mohammed was mentioning, this has been a long but very pleasant exercise where we have looked at different aspects that would assess, give a real photograph and assess what the risks are for coastal areas in the Mediterranean. And of course, it involved a lot of interactions within us researchers as well as with stakeholders and looking at the available literature. Now, this chapter, which I'm coordinating daughter together with my colleagues Salpi and Suzanne, was the chapter here involved 5-6 people of us. Most of the researchers came from southern and eastern Mediterranean countries. So there was a very good distribution in terms of expertise also within us. We have met regularly and try to assess all type of interactions, especially receiving feedback and waiting for other colleagues to feed some of the information, like Piero was mentioning, for our chapter. And then eventually we also fed some of the information to the other chapters so as to have an overall picture of how sustainable development pathways could eventually be sometimes the driver or hopefully the future possible solutions to some of the trends that we're experiencing. Now, to go a little bit more in details about the key messages, now, one of the first things that we have noticed is that as was already mentioned, this might be a repetition, but perhaps focusing on the importance of ecosystem services, which are already there, providing important very important. Services to society and the economy and the environment are more at risk because of environmental and climate change threats. Of course, human interventions, interactions, pressure is the most evident. And although there are important attempts at restoring the capacity of the ecosystems to provide these services, most of them in the coastal area are still at risk, and increasingly more because, of course, of the intensity and the frequency of the events. So this was one of the most important messages that we have gathered in terms of providing services from ecosystems, both in the marine and the terrestrial areas. Now, another important aspect that we have noticed is the trends in greenhouse gas emissions, which tends to be lower in the past 10, 20 years from northern Mediterranean countries, while it has increased in southern and eastern Mediterranean countries. Now, of course, if one read into this, could easily understand that the population growth and economic growth in most of the southern and eastern Mediterranean countries has happened without looking into renewable ways on how to produce this energy or sustainable pathways on how to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions when producing and consuming products and services, goods and services. So, and even when there were attempts at, for example, increasing for example, the electrification of the transportation fleet or any other aspect, it has not corresponded with sufficient take-up of renewable energy patterns. So there is still a long way, although some plans are are on the path for many of the southern and eastern European countries to be either adopted or at the initial stages to find a different way on how to produce and increase economic growth while looking at population pressure. The evidence shows us that we're not there yet, and there is a lot of room for improving and doing better in this area. In fact, linked to this, there is the issue that economic development and growth, mostly because we're looking only at increasing GDP rather than an overall assessment of well-being and standards of living in countries. So we're still very much focused on an increase in GDP and income of goods and services without looking overall at the well-being of countries and citizens, so accounting for other dimensions rather than only income. And this is also due to the fact that most of the economic growth has happened without decoupling, therefore without reducing greenhouse gas emissions, without increasing standards of living, without addressing some of the social and environmental impacts that economic growth per se, only looking at income per capita as an increase and as an objective, brings with it. So there are plans, of course, to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. This is the norm, accepted norm for many countries that are part of the European Union. Some other countries in southern and eastern Mediterranean are also adopting similar plans. However, still this appears to be mostly on paper, although there are plans, but the initial stages are, let's say, a little bit behind in terms of reaching this carbon neutrality by 2050. Of course, this does not mean that it will not be done, because increases in technologies and the speed at which policies can happen within countries can make wonders. However, the trends that we register are not sufficiently promising. Another important aspect that also Mohammed and Piero and the whole team have looked at is the importance of the blue space, the blue economy and the blue society in general, and the relevance that blue ocean, sea ecosystems can provide to both absorbing CO2 and in general greenhouse gas emissions, as well as giving back in terms of socioeconomic benefits. So not only carbon sequestration of coastal wetlands and in general of the sea is higher than many other in terrestrial area, but the socioeconomic benefits, for example, of protected areas, both marine and terrestrial, and when they're together even more, is at times 5 to 10 times better in terms of economic benefits for the local population than any other investment or traditional tourism. So if you look at protected areas, not only as a conservation aspect, but also as a socio-economic driver, we see that from available research and from many other, especially in the Mediterranean, these are, if managed well and supported, they can be very important drivers for socio-economic development, increasing income, and other dimensions that are important for the well-being of societies in coastal areas than traditional ways of extracting resources without caring about the consequences for the environment and for society. Linked to this, any type of policy which and plan that is meant to address greenhouse gas emissions, but also to adapt to climate change, will need to look into the distributional effects of policies much better, because at the moment, the assessment that we have done gives us an idea that the more vulnerable parts of society, single mothers, people with disabilities, low-income earners, migrants, tend to be, let's say, left out. And actually the consequences of any of these plans does not sufficiently take into account the possible negative remarks that we know any type of policy or plan would have for these categories. So the hope is that these policies will definitely look into this a bit more comprehensively, because again, from research we know that the current experiments or attempts at increasing developmental status and standards of living while looking at environmental and climate change concerns usually has a negative impact for this type of categories. So this is something that it definitely will need to look forward. And another important message, one of my final ones, is in relation to tourism. As we know, tourism is a very important aspect in the socio-economic development of coastal areas in the Mediterranean. Many countries and communities in the coastal areas rely heavily on the important inputs of tourism in those areas. So tourism has so far played, let's say, a predatory role, meaning that it did not all the time looked at its sustainability and the interactions with nature and society always in a good manner. Therefore, it has left a lot of byproducts, mostly negative. Plastic pollution is one of them, but also the pressure on the resources for the local population, extracting more water, taking up land when building structures, or simply the impact on the environment. So this has so far not worked. In all the, of course, this is a generalizations, but that's what we have experienced from what we know from the literature. There are, of course, good oases, but in general, this is the trend. Therefore, it has been a bit of a challenge. However, it can be an opportunity. So we saw also from available research that when tourism is planned and managed in a sustainable manner, it is possible to be a resource and a driver for changes that would eventually help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to adapt better to climate change impacts. So ideally, this would be very well established rather than being buzzard good practice in some coastal areas. There would be a real plan to integrate this as a main driver. So last point I would like to make is which is linked to one of the others we have mentioned before, is the existing social inequalities that are widely present across the Mediterranean basin, which could act as a further barrier to climate change adaptation and the sustainable pathways that we have identified. So any type of policy that would like to promote sustainable development pathways must take into account the social inequalities that already exist to support those members of society that have fallen into poverty, as well as looking into the possible future of and adoption of these policies at a wider place. So thank you very much for your attention. It has been a pleasure to work with you, Piero, and all the other colleagues.
Thank you, Stefano. Now it is a pleasure for me to introduce Daria Povskugor. Here we are back here in Baku. Please, Daria, we will talk about insights from the science policy interfaces, accelerating coastal adaptation and climate action. Please.
Thank you, Piero. I'm from Paprak, and we have been working on the ground for last almost 50 years in trying to implement coastal management projects. And I was participating in the group 4, trying to work more on this, how to design and define the science needed for policy making in these times of climate emergency. So many authors worked on the understanding all the possible barriers for effective responses to coastal risks. And in addition to those that we can easily understand, like technical, social, economic, management, governance, perceptions, there are also social conflicts. There are also lack of tradition in these initiatives. There are differences in perceptions regarding the financing of coastal adaptation and compensation of damages. There is an optimism bias. There is a lack of coastal climate services or lack of risk assessment, missing legislation, or even when there is legislation, often there is a weak enforcement of existing legislation. So when we were discussing on the differences actually between the two types of work, let's say in the public domain, one on the policymakers on one side and the science on another side, not sure if there is any other two jobs in the public domain that are more different than these ones. So in order to understand the goals, for example, for the policymakers, the goal is to implement their vision that can be gained and kept only by the public support. While for the scientists, they are trying to reveal the scientific truth, and in order to understand and explore the world, the research issue must be defined as precisely as possible. So the policymaker must understand the reality of the wide population groups and they're related to many possible issues. So by definition, they always stay on the surface, while the scientist goes very deeply in the topic of their research. For the accountability, the scientists are reliable to their peers, while the policymaker actually is reliable to the taxpayers, to the voters, to their party, to the government, so much wider span. And finally, probably the issue that is the most distinctive is the time span. So while the scientists actually invest their lifetime, their life career into scientific issues, here the policymakers are mostly working in the terms of one office mandate, like 4 years or less, if they are not supported by the voters. So we are here talking about the crisis for which we will have a battle in the next hundreds of years. And the decisions are taken with those who are dealing with the daily crisis. So how to actually sort out this major obstacle was something that we were trying to find solutions. And different authors again wrote about these issues, and it's interesting to see that the ideas for the fruitful collaboration between scientists and policymakers can be achieved only with major adaptations from both sides through mutual adjusting of norms and expectations, through dialogue, relationships, and mutual learning. And such collaboration would need new approaches to communicate climate science, to increase understanding and also the mutual respect and trust of these differences that these two groups are actually living, and finally improving also the climate literacy of the voters of populations, so that this kind of decision can be supported by the climate literate voters. So the interesting criteria were recommended, so how to make science really evidence in support of policy making. And there are three main recommendations. The science should address policy concern at hand instead of some loosely related topic. It should be constructed in a way useful to address policy concerns and methodologically able to answer the questions at hand. And it should be applied to the local policy context. So again, we are going back in the question of time, because in order to design something methodologically able to answer the crisis, usually there is no time for that. So actually the conclusion would be that this collaboration cannot be ad hoc, but it must be permanent. And it should be also on all different levels, as we are working here on the Mediterranean level, but I will show you also how this looks in the more local context. So as we mentioned, UNEP MAP was created like 50 years ago. We are celebrating 50 years of UNEP MAP next year. And we have been working through our national focal points, the persons appointed by each country, and like this collaborating in the different ideas, initiatives, laws, legislations and so on, but also the strategies such as Mediterranean Sustainable Strategy or other efforts. And until now we have this legal basis of Barcelona Convention and 7 protocols which are then ratified by the countries, and this is how we build the legal foundations for our work. We heard earlier from Piero about MEDEC in details, this really great initiative which is like the replication of the global IPCC effort in the Mediterranean and the volunteering effort of the scientific community that really shows the way forward. We have the Union for the Mediterranean, who are also working hard in this region with a wider agenda, but also with their new agenda, which is more focused on renewable energy, health and climate change. We have Universities Network. So these are all different initiatives that are on the Mediterranean level. We have a national initiative, such as these Italian groups of the researchers on the coastal environments. Or we also have the cases that we are kind of testifying in the PAPRAC. So as I mentioned, we have Barcelona Convention and the ICZM Protocol, and the ICZM Protocol is inviting countries to prepare their national ICZM strategies and their coastal plans and programs. So first coastal plan was prepared in 2015, adopted in 2016 by the regional council of this area, and it was later on awarded by the Med Award in 2019. So this is the one slide showing the stakeholder involvement from this project, showing that in order to co-develop this plan, we had plenty of stakeholders from local and regional authorities to business sector, civil sector and academia, who were all involved in co-development of this coastal plan, which actually provided an opportunity for building governance. The other case from the county in the same country was a kind of a replication and a kind of catalytic effect that this coastal plan had in Croatia. So this was the DIVA assessment of the potential cost for Croatia from the rising sea levels. And this assessment showed that this bay, Korstela Bay, is the area in which the most population will be actually damaged by the rising seas. So after this assessment, there was a lot of interest in all this area in understanding what's actually are our threats. And after this plan, which was in the Shubenacadie County, Split Dalmatia County, this county here, also prepared their coastal plan, and they did it with their own financial resources, which was also interesting. And the development agency of the county developed the coastal plan for this city of Kaštela, which is having a big part of this bay and actually the most threatened by the rising sea levels and the compound flooding. And also the river basin of the river, which is going into this bay, was developed because this area is also very exposed to flooding. So all these actually solutions and including the governance mechanism proposed in this county, which you may see on this slide, was a reason to propose this region as a demonstration region for one big Horizon 2020 project. So it's a kind of a nested approach which grows from the grassroots, I might say. And I think that this is a good this county has their advisory body, which is now selected actually for a demonstration in this region in order to implement this new project, which is looking for the nature-based solutions that could be implemented in this area, which is exposed to compound flooding, and then replicated all along this county. So this is some nice example that is showing the governance, which is actually the task that exceeds the management structures, and it requires wide social partnership to be successful. So we propose the co-development of these coastal plans as a way to translate the global threats into local realities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daria, for these very important, interesting, useful messages. Thank you very much. Can we have back my presentation? Please give me. Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't have times for questions. And I would like to close this event with some key messages that I got very, very sharp, I hope, out of being involved in this report. So, are climate change and its impact already detected in the Mediterranean? Definitely yes. Will climate change signal and its impact continue to grow? Absolutely yes, unfortunately. If emissions continue along the present trend, what has been detected until now is only a fraction of what will happen in the future. Can we adapt? Yes, we can adapt. Technological, nature-based, and behavioral adaptation strategies are available, but legal, policy, and economical instruments, timely actions, and transformative approaches are fundamental for a resilient and sustainable future. Adaptation will always be possible? No, no. The cost of adaptation will increase and its effectiveness will decrease with the magnitude of climate change. And as the magnitude of climate change increases, our freedom to decide how to adapt will decrease. The solution space of incremental adaptation will decrease, and only transformative adaptation is left for a large climate change. So there are limits to adaptation. And adaptation must be connected and must be joined with mitigation. Without effective mitigation, the future Mediterranean societies, environment, will appear much different from what we know now. So that's my conclusion. Thank you to all speakers. Thank you to Mohamed and Stefano, and thank you to the audience back in your countries. Thank you. Bye.
who I am. Anna, starting in 10 seconds. 9, 4.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this panel discussion that the Union for Mediterranean is organizing in the framework of COP29. We are live streaming on our website. Thank you to our colleagues who are at the Med Pavilion in Baku. My name is Anna Dorangrike. I'm project manager on gender equality at the Union for Mediterranean. And I have the pleasure today to moderate this session. I will introduce our distinguished speakers in a few minutes. I wanted to just give some elements about today's discussion and why we have decided to launch this debate with our partners. We are talking about COP29. We are talking about how to improve access to climate finance, how to have just green transition. We are discussing about how to update the Lima Work Program, how to improve the implementation of the Gender Action Plan, and how all of these efforts and commitment can be implemented in our region, the Euro-Mediterranean region, more particularly in the MENA one. We know that climate change and climate crisis are not gender neutral. The Ministerial Declaration on the Role of Women in Society adopted in 2022 from the Union for Mediterranean has identified the energy transition and the climate change as one of the crises women in the region are facing. And particularly in the framework of the just transition, the energy sector is one of the most challenging, but at the same time, one of those with the most untapped potential for women economic empowerment. Our distinguished speaker later on will provide us with some more specific data, but just to give a couple of data. When we speak about women in energy sector, we have figured at global level saying that we have around between 20, and 30% of women in workforce in the energy sector. When we talk about renewable energy, sector, and can be photovoltaic, can be wind, solar, and so on. But if we look more precisely on this data, we have to say that in case of the energy sector, we are talking about more clerical position, administrative one, and when we look at the data, a leadership role, this percentage decrease up to 10%. So this means that the glass ceiling, the wall ceiling are still challenges for women in the energy sector. And what the different stakeholders can do to tackle these challenges, how to reduce the barriers for access to the energy labor market, how to improve the access to climate finance for women entrepreneurs working in the green and energy sector. What kind of collaboration and partnership can be put in place involving public, private, academia, research center, and civil society organization to do this, which is the role of financial institution when we talk about climate finance, and how we can follow up and monitoring all the initiatives that are implemented at regional level. We will discuss it, we'll present some of them today, because there are so many that this is not maybe only a matter of creating and launching new initiative, but just to better coordinate among them. And in this framework, let me just mention one upcoming initiative launched by the UFM, which will be presented in less than 1 month, and fully implemented during 2025, which will be our community of practices on the next of gender, environment, and climate change. And under this community of practice, where we are going to involve different regional and international stakeholders, we will develop 2 main lines of action. One will be on improving the capacities of women entrepreneurs working on green and blue entrepreneurship in order to improve their capacity of business development, but more particularly to improve their access to climate finance. And the second one will be about how to improve the capacities of women and women business association and women rights association in terms of advocating for a more gender responsive policy in all the countries. In this sense, the focus will be about women leadership and skill to advocate in the framework of the climate negotiation at national, regional, and international level. This will be implemented through 2025, and we will launch stakeholder mapping before the end of the year, and we will implement capacity building and training activities along the year. So I will be more than happy to share more information with those who would be interested to join our community of practice. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our speakers. 3 of them are already with us. There will be another one joining later because she is another meeting. And I would like to start with Ms. Eman Padel. She is a sustainable energy expert at the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. It's a long title, and is a key actors in the region. She is experienced in project manager, and she is an electrical engineer who have studied in a different country in Europe, and she has focused her activities on youth agenda. Thank you very much, Eman, for being with us. I will start with the first question for you. RICRI has recently organized key events in the region, which took place in the first day, in the first week of October in Cairo, and the Cairo Energy Sustainability Week. In this framework, you have launched some specific initiative focused on women. One of them is the presentation of the MENA Link project and the signature of a cooperation framework which include also Race for Africa Foundation, Renew MENA, and the Union for Mediterranean, but also other organizations. You will organize a specific discussion with different women participating to the debate. I wanted to ask you which challenges the women attending your event highlighted and how the activity that RAI is putting in place will help them to overcome this kind of barrier. The floor is yours. Thank you, ma'am.
So first of all, thank you so much, Anna, for having me in this meeting and also for having this kind of cooperation together. It's always a pleasure to communicate and act in gender perspective with the UFM. And also I would love to extend my gratitude for all the speakers we have today, because I know each and every one of them personally, and I'm quite sure they are going to give us really valuable insights. So going back to RAI initiative, honestly, we have two initiatives now concerning with the gender. The first one is the RAI own initiative. It's called Winergy Initiative. This have been launched back in 2019, and we are continue having it till now. It's somehow concerning with raising the capacities and exchanging the knowledge among different countries, our 17 member states at RAI in particular, and also with having a wide vision to include all of the women worldwide. We have also launched, as you mentioned, the MENA Link Gender Strategy. So within this 6 years project, was dealing with cross sectors among 5 main countries. We have the main points related to the women in the field. So of course, women face significant challenges in engineering, energy, and also in STEM field globally, including, of course, the MENA region. And the recent studies highlighted persistence in gender gaps in education, workforce participation, and leadership within these sectors. So educational representation, for example, in the MENA region, only 17% of STEM graduates are women, despite making up 34 to 38 of university for STEM students in some countries. And these numbers don't always translate into equal workforce representation. Globally, women represent just 35% of all STEM students. And the trend reflected in the MENA region, where socio-cultural norms and limited mentoring opportunities can act as barriers. And I would love also to highlight here that lots of initiatives have been launched on the mentoring opportunities, but we need to go further in financing aspects to make it more valuable on hand and on job training, so people can interact together more rather than having it online. Also, the workforce participation, so women comprise approximately 30% of renewable energy workforce worldwide. But the role often skew toward administration rather than the technical or decision-making position. In MENA regions, the gender gap is more pronounced due to, of course, the traditions, expectation, limited access to technical trainings, and the belief of women capabilities in doing like this technical opportunities. We have also the challenge of the leadership role. So across STEM industries, women remain underrepresented in leadership. And renewable energy sector, for example, they account for less than 20% of senior roles. And the initiative focused on mentorship and policy reform are being implemented to bridge this gap, but we still need some time to have like a real effect. We have also the policy gap. So organizations such as IRENA are of course driving change by promoting gender equity through targeted programs, and this includes skills development, inclusion, hiring practices, and gender-sensitive workplace policies. The programs in the MENA region, such as Capacity Building Initiative for Women Engineers, have seen some success in integrating women into the energy-related projects. But I would say that we need to focus more on that. We need to have more quota from women in our policies at the organization. And we also need to focus on having a more flexible internal processes to allow women to be in that position without losing their opportunities. How RAI is addressing this? Actually, we have 5 to 4 main aspects. So the first pillar is the capacity building program. We usually conduct targeted training sessions and workshop aimed at equipping women with the necessary technical skills and knowledge to enhance their renewable energy careers. So we have several programs in cooperation, for example, with the EU, with a British effort with a UNDP to support women, whether through capacity building programs. This have been done in our FES project at 5 MENA region countries, and 2 main programs related to the energy transition and women empowerment and how to get over the obstacles and barriers facing them. We have also knowledge exchange mission among women, and this happens on an annual basis under our Winergy initiative. We have been also focusing on raising women as an entrepreneurs in the energy sector, actually in the PV sector in Syria. So we have a program for 40 women who have been trained in our offices at RAI, and they have taken the technical aspect and the project management aspects, in addition to the rest of the business development, like the marketing, the HR, and business planning. They are supposed to be exposed now with the support of the UNDP in Syria to this kind of pilot project to own their own projects after that. And we have also like a 17 member state initiative within our knowledge exchange missions that we usually do back to back with our BOT meetings. And last but not least, due to having several projects covering many countries, so our gender strategy is a cross-cutting strategy in those projects, and we usually make sure to have a quota of women and to involve them in all the project aspects from the beginning till the end. One of them is MITMED, and of course MENA-Link. In MENA-Link, we have initiated this initiative about having a framework cooperation where we have all of you with us, and this is really an honor for us. I'm quite sure, like having 13 organization and entity who had this kind of weight in the market and are focusing with us on the gender, we will go further and beyond. We have like this kind of action plan, which will be enhance the portfolio of women within the 6th year of the project. And I'm quite sure that this will, of course, cover the mentorship and networking opportunities, the policy advocacy, the women in energy initiatives, knowledge enhancing, and the awareness campaigns who could involve men to understand the overall barrier and support us on developing it, because we figure out lately that people didn't understand the main problem, so they cannot offer the answers or the solutions for it. So thank you so much. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Iman. And thank you for mentioning so many items that we tackle also from the other speakers today. One of them is the networking and collaboration in terms of how to capitalize on initiatives that have been already implemented, how to extend the opportunity for women, but also the training and capacity building and access to technical education. And I know the Race for Africa has developed an initiative in Morocco about this recently, which has been quite successful, and maybe Camelia can talk about it later on. But as you were mentioning in the last part of your intervention, the cooperation framework signed in Cairo, I'm pleased to now give the floor to Dr. Yusra Asaker, because she is part of one of the leading organization of this framework. She is a senior energy specialist with more than 20 years of experience in the energy sector at the World Bank, and she works specifically in the MENA region. She led the World Bank engagement on green hydrogen, oil and gas decarbonization, and other topics. Yusra is specifically working in gender equality area. She's co-leading the World Bank team for the regional network in energy for women, so-called Renew MENA. And in the presentation that she has recently given to the current and future partners, most of the activity and initiative that you were mentioning are also covered by Renew MENA. So, Yusra, you have a full overview of the state of play in terms of women empowerment in the energy sector. And I wanted to ask you, because you have put in place this initiative based on partnership and collaboration. How do you think this kind of partnership can promote women leadership in the region, in the energy sector? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anna. Pleasure to be with you and pleasure to see all those beautiful and remarkable ladies. And I think this session includes many of the good examples of how much the efforts are being done in this region to collaborate. But talking about our experience in the World Bank on the Renew MENA, the regional energy network in women for women, is actually we, through our analytics, have been confident that it takes a full ecosystem to promote women in the energy sector or any male-dominated sector. So, as a part of the World Bank, and the World Bank, as you might all know, is a big development partner, and it has its corporate priorities. One of which is ensuring the gender balance across all its activities in all its operations. So in the energy sector, which I work as a technical engineer, we have launched a specific network to promote the women participation in the energy sector, because we understand that every sector has its specifics, and also every region has its specifics. There are a lot of commonalities. One nice thing to mention is that we have Renew MENA is not the only network in the World Bank. We have sister networks in Asia, We Power, and in Africa, One Africa. They are similar. We have a lot of commonalities. But again, there are also some specific properties of each region. So we decided to launch this network because we wanted to bring everyone together. As a World Bank, we deal with the governments, but we understand that the broader ecosystem is very important. So we reached out to not only the ministries and the public utilities and so, but also the private sector, the business affiliations, academia, training centers, and the community, which every woman working on this field will be in. The reason for this is we wanted to collaborate efforts to create this ecosystem that is enabling and promoting women participation in the energy sector. In Renew MENA, we have three main pillars. Well, the first one of them is to facilitate the transition from education to work, because as Iman has very nicely provided a lot of statistics, one of our also very main statistics is that the MENA region is above the OECD average in when it comes to women graduates in STEM fields, but they are way below the OECD average when they come to energy careers. That means there is a barrier. There are leakage here because women and their families invested in those girls to graduate and to learn STEM education, but they don't go to the energy sector with the proportionate level. So we wanted to address this barrier. This is one pillar. The second pillar is once the woman is in the sector already, we want to ensure the retention and development, career development of those women and developing into leadership position. And the third pillar is the entrepreneurship, supporting the entrepreneurship, because we at the World Bank focus very much on jobs, creating jobs. And we believe that entrepreneurs is the right path for innovation to come to improve our world and our sector, and also to create jobs. And it requires a lot of leadership skills for someone to be an entrepreneur, and this is something that we will support very much. So again, on the collaboration, over the past 2 or 3 years since we launched Renew MENA, it has been amazing actually, because the level of commitment and the level of enthusiasm we saw from everyone. And when we started to be in this field, we discovered that there are lots of similar initiatives in different shapes, but they are all aiming to the same target, which gives us very good signal that there is a need and there is a passion spread around, that this is really needed and this has supporters. But maybe our role can come when we convene everyone together. World Bank is one of its properties is it is a convening power. We can bring people together, and this is actually the philosophy behind Renew MENA. Renew MENA is depending on the collaboration between its partners. For example, we create activities that are jointly done by people together, like having the academia and the utilities to do internship programs, which is something I can speak about later. Also, training sessions, conferences, and all of these activities that would enable the women to find themselves in the appropriate ecosystem, and also enable us to influence for the change required. For example, we have very good contacts with the management and the HR people, HR management in the corporates, to improve or to discuss and to know what are the barriers and how can we improve the work environment for women. I don't want to take much of our time. I can elaborate more of our activities, but I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusra. And the effort as World Bank as convening power, as you were mentioning, is something which is quite aligned with what the UFM aim to do in the region by creating these supportive ecosystem involving the policymakers. Because we need to work on also the regulatory environment when we talk about gender-sensitive policies. As you say, we have the challenge of a better access to education, even if we know that there is a range of 40 to 50% of women graduated STEM in the region. But then if you go deeper, you see that in the STEM, there is a lot of science, there is a lot of medicine, and maybe less in the energy sector. And even so, when you go from the 40, 50% to 20% of the presence of women in the labor market, there is for sure a matter of employability. So how we could improve the bridge between the university and the private sector, how to improve the vocational and professional training, how to also create, because you mentioned this, the entrepreneurship, the curriculum on energy entrepreneurship already at the university level. So there are a lot of initiatives that can be put in place, and I know that the next speakers can mention some of them because they are currently working on this project in the region, in particular in Northern Africa, in Morocco. So I have now the pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Camelia Majoubi. I hope the pronunciation is right. She is a Mediterranean energy specialist at the Race for Africa Foundation, where she focuses on advocacy, policy, and, as I was saying, regulatory dimension. She worked on renewable energy in Northern Africa countries in particularly, and she has been working on women empowerment in terms of design, effective capacity building program in this. Thank you, Camelia, to be with us today. I would like, because I know, and we have been promoting this because the work is very, very relevant for the region, because Race for Africa has recently published a report on women in energy transition. And I'm sure you can share with us some key figures that we have briefly mentioned before, but I think visually it will be important to see them. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for inviting me. I think a lot of very beautiful insights have already been shared by my fellow speakers before, but I will try to be short. So first of all, I would like to stress that Rest for Africa itself is the fruit of a cross-sector initiative. It was founded in 2012, and it brings together a wide network of members from the private sector, industry associations, academic institutions, governments and foundations. Not to mention that over the years, we developed a very wide network of African partners from the energy sector in order to promote renewable energy investments and expand electrification in the continent. So this actually already allows us to have a wide geographical and thematic scope on the energy transition. And the work that we do is confined in encouraging policy and regulatory development and upgrading infrastructure. But we also recognize that the energy transition is ultimately about the people and the communities, especially the ones that are often overlooked, like women, girls, but also youth. And that is the conversation that we are trying to bring forward with our reports on women and the energy transition. It's a report that we realized with the support of NL Foundation, and with it, we ultimately want to ensure that the energy transition is just and not just a transition, which is a play of words in the title. So in order to do that, we recognize that the winning approach, as my colleague said, that can only be a multi-stakeholder approach in order to promote women's participation in the energy transition as end users, consumers, workforce, entrepreneurs, etc. So we need everyone on board, literally. We need governments, educational institutions, the industry, civil society. And in the report, we basically looked at 5 dimensions. We looked at energy access, education, employment, entrepreneurship, and policy action or policy inclusion. And in each, we delved into the main implications for women. And when it comes to education and training opportunities, this one is a very important one also for us, Rest for Africa, because it's one of our main programs. This multi-stakeholder approach I mentioned before is a good place to start in order to identify, first of all, where the skill gaps are, both for men and women, across the whole renewable energy value chain. And here we don't only talk about STEM education. Of course, it's a very important part of it. In STEM education, first of all, women only represent 35% of global graduates, but the energy transition also requires a wider range of skills and competencies. It will also require, lawyers, communicators, financial experts, community engagement experts. So the idea is to first identify the gaps, and also train and pull in all of these profiles into the sector. And by working together, these actors can create tailored educational curricula, training programs that address the specific needs and ensure also that they are accessible to women, which is a different topic. So at the level of Rest for Africa, when we design our programs, we obviously reach out to all of these, this ecosystem that I mentioned before. And also the way we design our programs. So we have a part that is more on technical issues, but we also have an economic part, leadership programs. So this is the point. Thank you. Is Anna here?
I think she's frozen. Maybe there is a problem with the network.
I think she's back.
I'm also sure that the host will manage to do that.
It's very nice what you said, Camila, about your report. And actually, I have been through it before, and it was really, really nice. having lots of insights. And we have been also honored to have you within our Cairo Sustainable Energy Week. It was
Thank
great.
you so much.
And I'm honestly
Yes.
looking forward to cooperation together in that.
Yes, thank you. Let me take that chance and ask, and thank you very much also, Iman and Rikri, for this beautiful event. We were very happy to have Renew MENA featured in a special session in that where we met a lot of stakeholders actually, and it was very useful gathering and the connection. If we're talking about professional networking, at the end of the day, this is a very good opportunity to have all the people from Renew MENA who are interested in sustainable energy and energy field, not coming specifically for gender, but and this gives us actually wider outreach to people across the sector, even those who are not very much interested in gender or don't have it as their top task. So getting them to the room to present what do we want to do, what we're aiming for, and what are the progresses that we're making, and how this actually benefits the industry. This was very useful. Thank you very much, Iman, and thanks for the cream.
Actually, Yusra, it's our pleasure always to have you. You know, you are one of the pioneers in the region, honestly, as a person, and you have this kind of initiative that's moving in the last 2 years, thanks to you and your efforts, of course. And we have, lots of cooperation with the World Bank. So having you among this is something we're really honored with.
And also, thank you, Camelia. Your activities that you have mentioned are actually very much cross-cutting and also very interesting. We'll be happy to engage more and see how can we collaborate better.
Absolutely.
Actually, Renew MENA or working in this space have personally benefited me a lot through knowing a lot of you very inspiring ladies. I see also Marwa has joined and opened her camera. And Marwa was one of my my prizes I won during this journey. Hi, Marwa.
Thank you so much, Lisa. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much for your kind words. And actually joining forces with all the stakeholders here today is really amazing, because this is what it's all about, to stop pointing fingers at what girls and women are lacking, but actually to look at the structural changes that we can do to the system itself, to feature the system in ability and admit it, and afterwards we can work together in order to solve it from its roots. So yeah, thank you so much. And also taking this opportunity to introduce the Youth Education and Entrepreneurship Program within Schneider Electric and Schneider Electric Foundation, to show how private sector companies actually also have role in facing this, tackling the skills gap, the gender disparities. So I will be sharing with you how actually this program is built in order to respond to main global challenges. As you all mentioned, like that we have 1 out of 5 youth are out of education, employment, or education or training, and with a ratio of 1 out of 4 girls to 1 out of 10 boys. So it's really alarming to have more focus on girls. And also, as you can see on this panel, we have a majority of women, but at the end of the day, we only represent 24% of the energy workforce sector. And for STEM positions, it's only also 29%. And now we can focus on how to change these challenges into opportunities. If we focus a bit, we can find that the energy transition has a great power and a great ambition in generating over 139 million new jobs in 2030. So how we work towards filling this gap, and as well as taking into consideration girls and women. So Schneider Electric, starting from 1929, they always had activities by providing training and skilling for youth. And then moving forward, actually today when we're talking, we are celebrating 25 years of Schneider Electric Foundation, which aims to empower youth and women in general in order to motivate them and to make them take part of the energy transition, and also in order to have it inclusive, sustainable, and just. So, back in 29, the Youth Education Entrepreneurship Program were introduced and launched, as this program actually noticed that there is a lack of or missing or low investment and youth education and entrepreneurship in general, and mainly vocational training. So that's why the three main missions of this program on this strategy is first to create opportunities for youth by providing for tech students vocational training on electricity and energy with deducted benches and non-traditional educational techniques. And secondly, we're also targeting all students by providing skills for the future, by providing mentorship, by providing knowledge on climate resilience and how to actually respond to your community challenges by tailoring adaptable solutions to it. So we motivate youth to build their own to have the design building or to have the design challenges in order to support youth, in order to change or transform their innovative ideas into application to solve their community problems. And finally, we are also working on building entrepreneurial spirit and to build innovation within youth. And I would share with you very soon one of our success stories on how we implemented the three main missions of our program to empower women in the region.
Thank you very much, Marwa, and sorry for the technical problem, but the electricity went down, so thank you very much for being with us. And sorry, I'm going to do it right now because I couldn't do before, but I wanted to properly introduce you to the other panelists, because we are talking today about cross-sectoral cooperation, which means network, but which means also alliance. And I'm pleased to say that you have been recognized recently as the winner of the Women in Tech Global Best Ally Award 2024, which was delivered exactly last week in Paris. So congratulations. And Marwa, she is leading, as she was saying, different initiatives in the framework of NIDER, one on women in STEM mentorship, but most important on youth. She's leading this youth education entrepreneurship program, which aims to train 1 million of young people. So thank you very much. And it's important to know that a so huge stakeholder from the private sector is devoting a specific strategy on gender, that you are developing this program of mentorship. This is really give hope for a more gender-sensitive policies coming from the private sector and not only from the civil society or international organizations. So thank you very much. And I would like now to go for the second round of questions, and I would like to ask to Eman, because you have already mentioned at the beginning, Eman, but what you have been doing in the region. But could you please give us a concrete example of one of the successful initiatives that you have been developing with all the stakeholders in the region in terms of access to labor market or female entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Anna, for your question. And yes, of course. So, for example, we have this kind of initiative in Egypt. It's called Women in Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency REE network, supported by RAI, and connects women professionals in Egypt's energy sector, fostering collaboration and capacity building. The main key features of this initiative was a networking event, like having regular workshops and conferences to share knowledge and experience. Resources and the training, of course, is one of the key features, like having a leadership development programs and technical training courses tailored to renewable energy and energy efficiency sector. The advocacy and promoting of gender equity policies within the energy sector was also one of the main key features. And it impacted by having over 500 women engaged in training sessions and mentorship programs since 2020 till now. It also enhanced the visibility and leadership opportunities for women in public and private energy organization. This is in addition to having a greater inclusion of women in policy-making processes related to renewable energy. So one of the initiative also we have is our cooperation, long-term cooperation to empower women with the British efforts Stiftung. It was focusing on Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, Lebanon, and Egypt. So we held 2 trainings, 2 advanced training back to back with each other, like we're having it to 2 weeks in each country, where we train people from a senior level, mid-senior level on how to advance their technical knowledge and how to enhance more their policy and technical processes in renewable energy and energy efficiency, focusing on solar energy and wind as well. And we had a green finance intensive component in that training, and also the impact was having over 125 female who have been trained and practiced in our sessions among those 3 years from 2019 till now was ES. One of our initiative also was within the WinEnergy initiative is to highlight role models for women in the 17 member states we have. This have been published on our website, and Yusra was one of the main role models we had back then. We have also with us engineer Sabah Msheli. She is the vice minister in Egypt now. We have Mrs. Amani Al-Azam. She's our beauty member at RAI, and she is one of the key women having an asset in Jordan in our member states. And above all, of course, Engineer Maha Mustafa. She is a very well-known woman, and she's an Egyptian woman have been working in the ministry, and we have been also honored to have her as a chairwoman at RAI once. So within this initiative, we highlighted role models for the youth, as Marwa have been mentioned within her intervention, to highlight their expertise and transfer some of the tips and tricks to the new generations.
Thank you very much, Eman. And I'm so happy that you mentioned a lot of initiatives, especially the one on financing. And I'm really happy that you would be able to join our capacity building events in Athens in 3 weeks, because I think it would be a good opportunity for our women entrepreneurs to hear a concrete example, what kind of financing mechanisms are in place in this area. And Marwa will be there too, so I'm really happy that you give a concrete example. Thank you again. Going about concrete example, going back to Yusra. Yusra, you mentioned before that the added value of the work of the World Bank, and in particular for Renew MENA, is the capacity to put together an ecosystem involving all the stakeholders. Now, if you should say a challenge and an added value of the work that you have been doing when working, for example, with private sector, it's difficult to have them on board, or are they working on a sort of gender washing, or they are really committed to support women inclusion in the energy sector? Yusra, I will ask everybody to keep short just to be in time by 10:30. Thank you, Yusra.
Thank you very much, Anna. Very good question. Actually, yes, I like the word gender washing. So let me tell you something. In the beginning, when you initiate something, you want champions who are already believers, but your real impact will be to bring new people who were not there to be supporters as well. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to drive change through Renew MENA. We have a lot of activities. I will not go into the details, but it covers all the aspects from awareness, which would change the society around the woman, like in family, in work environment, in the society, and in academia, training centers, universities, and all of these stuff, to also enable the woman participation, as well as actually bringing new or making the change. One of the good examples, and you're talking here about definite examples, one of the good, very, very successful stories that we had this year is to launch for the first time Renew internship program. This program is done in full collaboration, talking about collaboration again, between the utilities and the academia, three of our utilities in three countries, Egypt, the Egyptian Transmission Company, and Mazen in Morocco, and the ministry in Jordan, have started for the first time to implement internship program. That's something that they didn't do before. With the support of the World Bank, we could hire interns to have 3 months of internship in those three utilities, and to keep to do a dual mentoring for them from the utility and from the World Bank side, energy specialists in the specific country, and as well keep following up with them. The three of them have participated in our annual conference in Jordan in May, and now they are all graduated from the internship or finished their internship, and they all found jobs not in the same utilities. So this gives a signal that they had the privilege by having this internship program. They moved from the very theoretical part of the learning in the universities to the practical part of it. They gained the practical knowledge. They got used to the working environment in the utilities in their own countries. So they became familiar to the sector. They acquired the necessary skills and knowledge that enabled them to be selected very quickly to secure jobs in the energy sector. And we see this very successful in many aspects. One of them is driving this change in those utilities for the first time. Two is proving the concept that internship really makes a difference when you are talking about securing jobs for females, because once you give them an edge or an extra skill that they would have as a fresh grad, they will be able to find their jobs. So I think this was one of the very successful things. But it's not only that, we also care very much about, we are developing now a mentorship program that will enable mentees to meet mentors from across the MENA region, to have this mentorship in their personal and professional life from role models of the sector. And we also care very much about acknowledging and recognition of role models in the sector, because we believe this not only is paying back or rewarding those who deserve to be recognized in our region, but also it gives hope and it gives inspiration to younger women to aim to reach this recognition and to aim to build such an important career. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this concrete example, because it's important also to speak about for all the initiatives that have been launched and that you have been mentioning, not only you, but Iman, Marwa, and Camelia. Sometimes something that we miss is the monitoring and evaluation. Which kind of sustainability of this activity will have? What these women and young women that will have the internship, how much this will increase their real possibility to enter in technical position and in leadership position, and so on. So this is putting in place a very effective monitoring system and evaluation about the impact. I think it should be part of the discussion among the partnership. Thank you again. I'm talking about concrete example of education and training. I think Camelia, Race for Africa Foundation, has launched several of these activities. The most recent one I know in Morocco, and I have the pleasure to meet some of the people who attended your training, and we got only excellent feedback. But we would like to know more about this initiative. Camelia.
Yes, thank you so much, Anna. So this training program actually took place in Ben Grid in Morocco, and we collaborated with the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic. And it was a 2 weeks training for mid to high level leaders in the renewable energy sector from all over Africa. But we had a very beautiful cohort from the Southern Mediterranean. We had people from Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, also Lebanon. So the first week, as I said before, we focused more on the technical issues. So we looked at We looked at grids, we looked at desalination, we looked at various issues. The second week was more about de-risking tools. It was more also, we introduced this new topic, which is the energy transition narrative, for example, on debunking the myths on the energy transition. So it was a very varied curricula, so we were very proud of it, and yeah, it was very successful. But in terms of our other initiatives in Rest for Africa, we also focus on energy access. Maybe this conversation is more relevant to sub-Saharan Africa, where women still suffer from energy poverty. We also have, as I said, in terms of education, we have capacity building. We have this high-level executive school. We have programs which are more vocational in nature. We have reskilling programs, grid development programs, and we also have like ad hoc initiatives. And in our training programs, we also try to encourage a quota system for participants. So we're trying to enforce that. It won't happen by itself. You really have to take a proactive approach. In terms of employment, we at Rest for Africa, we encourage also gender mainstreaming at the level of the board membership. We have 4 women serving in the International Advisory Board. We have 9 women serving in our youth task force, 9 out of 14. So also many of our female participants in the trainings that we have been following have secured job placements. So we also do follow the impact of our trainees. In terms of entrepreneurship, we have a dedicated program for that. It's called RAI Africa. And here we propose pre-accelerator and accelerator programs for young entrepreneurs. We also offered them grants in order to start. So here it's also a question of mentorship, of also giving visibility to female leaders in this program, allowing networking opportunities and giving them access to finance, which is a big one. And finally, I feel like the gender aspect is often treated as a co-benefit of the energy transition and not as an integral part of it. So that's something that needs to change, and only policy can, at the level of policy, can we tackle this issue. So we need to advocate for policies that recognize and address these like gender differentiated needs in the energy transition. Women need to be seated at the tables of policy formulation. They need to be able to contribute with their different experience. So if the problem is if we don't overcome these balances now, at the beginning of the energy transition, they will carry on in the future and will be harder to tackle. So yeah, I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I like very much what you have just said, the difference between main target and co-benefit. I think this is a key issues where to focus also our advocacy capacity in the next year. And you mentioned about the activity in terms of mentorship and entrepreneurship. I wanted just to say that 2 days ago, it was the International Day of Women Entrepreneurs, and Marwa organized a very nice initiative involving different speakers and experience from Schneider environment. And her colleagues presented very, very concrete example on how to support women entrepreneurs in the energy sector. Marwa, would you like to share with us some of the insight that we got from this discussion and from your project? The floor is yours.
Yeah, sure.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Anna. So I wanted also to share, beside the insights that we got, also one collaborative success story that we have within Schneider. It's collaboration between Schneider Electric Foundation, an NGO, it's Plan International, the European Union, and how all these partners came together to implement a successful project, as we have many stakeholders, so it's a call for action. This project is called DESFAIR program. It's targeting women empowerment through sustainable energy in Senegal, Mali, and Niger. And the main objective was first to provide training. So 6 technical excellence centers were set up in rural areas targeting 7K women to be trained. And secondly, we are working on electrification as well, because this region didn't have access to energy. So we built 6 microgrids that were installed to provide access to energy in this region. And finally, we're working on also the entrepreneurial scale on how to support these women to have their own income and to have their own projects. So we provided microcredit loans, business management courses, financial literacy, besides for sure the training that we provided at the beginning. So just to give you an idea on how we did this collaboration, who did what and why. So as I mentioned, the Plan International partner were working on implementation and the gender focus because they were a specialized organization that know what are the specific challenges faced by these women in this region. So they worked on awareness to access the community, because at the beginning it wasn't really like famous to have women working in this specific field, or generally to have women accessing education. So they worked on raising this awareness and also managing the microcredit loans based on this community culture, how the microcredit loans will be actually used and the main objective that were intended to be. And also on the business management and financial literacy training on how to manage your work. Because even if you gain, like Schneider Electric and its foundation, we're providing the renewable energy solutions training and also the training for trainers afterwards to have more impact, and also the infrastructure and training equipment improvement by building these technical centers. It wasn't like the women wasn't ready to have their own startups. That's why Plan International role was here, and it was super important. And also, we had the quality assurance and research bodies in order to ensure that the program is going on the right path, we have the right auditing, we have the impact that we aim to. And also the last partner with the governmental institutions, because we have ministries of women and families, ministries of children, ministries of energy, because this project, it's a huge project where we have eventually 8K entrepreneurs supported, and they have already their own projects working on solar lanterns, providing electricity support. So by the existence of ministry with us in this project, we were able to have a smooth coordination in order to implement this project. And it was initiated back in 2019. And this year we achieved all our objectives, and we are looking forward to have more more projects that are targeting girls and women to support them and to achieve a just and sustainable energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marwa. And I would say that both you and Camelia was mentioning something that, in my opinion, sometimes we neglect, which is the fact that people think about different regions. They work in Europe, in MENA region, in Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa. And I always try to stress the fact that we should create some more bridge, because the experience from the different regions can be an added value. We should not think that what is happening in Sub-Saharan Africa is not relevant for MENA region and for Europe. We are thinking about energy transition, and a lot of development are there that could be useful for everybody. So the program that you have just presented, the initiative, I think it would be interesting also for people working in the MENA region to know more and see what can be replicated, not maybe all the framework, but something more concrete. I would like to thank you all, because I think we got a lot of input from all your experience and project. But I would like to close by asking to each of you less than 1 minute each to give us a call for action. We are at the COP29. Where the decision in terms of climate change are taken, even if we know that then they must be implemented at national and regional level. But if you should say one call for action for the decision making at the COP29 to support women's role in energy transition, which would be, Marwa, I start with you. 30 seconds.
Yeah, the message that you're the one who actually needs women to be empowered in order to have a just energy transition. So you cannot do it without 50% or over 50% of the population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Iman, to you.
Yeah, Well, I would say that bridging the gap between the academia and real life work is something that we need to focus in. And in order to do that, we need also the access to finance.
Thank you very much. Yes, the topic of this year, COP29, was climate finance. So I think you are full in line with this. Camelia. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself? Otherwise, I will give first the floor to Yusra, and then I will be back to you. Yusra, yes,
Well,
please.
My word would be if you're saying that no one should be left behind, I think also for the call for action, no one should be left behind. It's our all our all roles. No one should be back from this role, and we should all collaborate on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will try again with Camelia. Camelia? I don't see you on video anymore. Can I have you on audio at least for a last call for action? I think we have some issues with Camelia, but I think she will agree on what you have said. Thank you very much again. It was a pleasure, and I'm really happy to meet you, at least some of you, very soon. Camelia, with us again. 30 seconds. Yes, great.
Can you hear me now?
ahead. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
great.
please.
I think for me, the point would be training and to make sure that the pipeline is filled with an important amount of talents to address the energy transition and to make it work. Because, I mean, especially youth who will be the leaders of that transition.
Thank you very much. And from our side, as UFM, our call for action, it will be to ourselves, to our member states, to work on a more holistic and integrated gender-sensitive policies for energy transition. And we will take care to bring the message to our regional platform, not only on women, but also on environment, climate change, and energy. Thank you again. It was a pleasure. And there will be additional debate and discussion on gender today because it's the Gender Day at the COP29. So hopefully you can follow us also in the other session. Thank you again. And looking forward to our cooperation and collaboration. Have a nice day to all.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, you need headsets, all of you, probably. Yes, just to be on the safe side. Yeah. Shall we do a sound check or not? It's okay? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with this distinguished panel of female speakers on the thematic of women leaders in climate action in the Mediterranean region. My name is Ines Duarte. I'm the project manager for climate action at the Union for the Mediterranean, and I'll be joined online later by my colleague, which is Ana Dorlangicia, the project manager for gender in the UFM. We have put this panel together because basically, while we believe that women are at the forefront of climate action, I mean, we have here activists, entrepreneurs, scientists, representatives for international organizations at management level. We still continue to see that women are still severely underrepresented in negotiations. The statistics that we have from last year's COP is that only 34% of national delegations had women in national delegates. And only 2% of delegations have equal representation of men and women. So we believe this is an issue at global level, but also at regional level. And here, we're here to discuss today the case and the perspectives of the Euro-Mediterranean region. And while we know that there are numerous high-level prominent figures in our region, we have very prominent ministers of Egypt, for example, of Morocco, of Malta, of Spain, some of which have actually been here in this pavilion during COP29. We also know that at UNFCCC negotiations, there is the enhanced Lima work program on gender, and it's a gender action plan that needs to be revised. And the case for women in negotiations, it's on the agenda. So. Let me stop here, and I'll give the floor to my colleague, Anna, that is online, and then we'll give you the perspective from what we are doing in terms of women engagement at cross-cutting level at the UFM. Thank you. Anna, the floor is yours.
Good morning or good afternoon in Baku. Thank you very much, Ines, for your kind introduction. And it's a pleasure to see online some friends like Alicia, Kenza, Sarah, and Her Excellency Nusa Bouchared. Nice to meet you again. Without further ado, just to focus my intervention on what the UFM is doing to promote women leadership in climate action. In our ministerial declaration adopted in 2022, all the 43 member states recognize that climate crisis, energy and food security are not gender neutral. And when we see the facts and figures about the participation of women in the policy decision-making bodies, unfortunately, and this is not applicable only in the MENA region, but across the world, we are still far from having equal representation. According to the last global gender gap report in 2024, the political representation is one of those areas where more advances have been done in terms of participation to political life, but not in terms of leadership. And this is why the Union for Mediterranean is working on a new initiative that will focus on the nexus on gender and climate. We are going to present in less than 3 weeks our program on building a community of practices on gender, environment, and climate change, which will involve different stakeholders, NGO, international organization, academia, private sectors, and policymaking, with the objective to work on 2 lines of action. One will be more focusing on access to climate finance for women entrepreneurs, and we will start with a capacity building workshop in 3 weeks in Athens for women working in green and blue economy. And the second line of action, which is more relevant for today's discussion, is about women leadership and their capacity, their skills to advocate for policy change in the relevant policy-making body. It doesn't mean that we are referring here only to Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Climate, but at the UFM, we are trying to work in a more mainstreaming approach and holistic approach, meaning, first of all, the needs and the recommendation that will come out from this community of practice will be brought to the attention of the national government and the policymakers in the relevant regional platform of the UFM, starting from the one on environment and climate, but not only, because if we're talking about climate, we are talking about research innovation, we are talking about education, we are talking about business development and so on. So this is where we would like to push more to have more gender responsive action when we talk about legal framework in terms of climate policies, meaning the National Action Plan. So far, at least in the last round of the National Climate Action Plan, only 4 countries in the region have identified women as target group, but only 2 have identified concrete actions on how to empower women in climate policies. So we have a long process ahead of us, but we consider the collaboration, the partnership with the different stakeholders and all of them that we are with us today, from OECD to women entrepreneurs like Kenza, which is nice to see with you, is for us, it's a preliminary step. So we want to launch a stakeholder mapping to know who is working from different perspectives. So it doesn't mean only environmental organization, it doesn't mean only on women rights association and so on, but who is really working on the nexus to have gender and climate in order to have more women leaders in the definition of policymaking, in mobilizing access to finance, and in putting in place a monitoring system and evaluation system in terms of impact of the initiative that will be launched. Because there are so many initiatives, but we are not fully sure what is the sustainability of this initiative, which is their real impact, and who is finally benefiting from them. And I will stop here because I know that you have a long list of intervention today. And I'm available for question, of course. Thank you, Ines. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to Alicia Perez Porro. I always have troubles pronouncing her name, apologies. So Alicia is the head of policy engagement and institutional relations at CRIAF. She's based in Barcelona, such as us, and she has a stellar curricula that I'm not going to read, but I'm going to just mention that you are the head of the Spanish scientists abroad in the US, right? I mean, you're based now in Spain for a few years. I mean, Spain also has a feminist foreign policy. How do you see the challenges of female leadership, of women leaders in our region, in the Euro-Mediterranean region, and in Spain in particularly?
So thank you. Your pronunciation was stellar. So don't worry about it. And thank you to the UFM and the Mediterranean Pavilion. It seems like my home in this COP by now. So I think that in Spain we have a privileged position because of the Minister of Ecological Transition. It's mainly women And it's a good example of how things can work if you have women in leadership positions leading this climate action. And I think that we also have this, we're very aware in Spain about this leadership for women and all the good things that come for our country when this is happening. This is on one side, but as you mentioned, I work in a research institution, so I'm a scientist. I work in an institution called CREAF, and we focus on research on ecology of climate change and biodiversity and the nexus. So, and when you put that perspective on a research institution in the Mediterranean, the situation is dramatic, actually, because we don't have women in leadership positions in science. And this is not only about my institution, this is shared among not only Mediterranean research institutions, this is a global issue. And if we think about the process that we are at right now, like COPs, right? COP29, and we think about the science that is present in COPs, we think about the IPCC. And the IPCC is also not gender balanced. We have more men, way more men than women, and on top of that, we have way more men from the global north than the global south. So there's this double biased here, right? Between the global north and the global south, and between women and men. And this is simplifying by a lot, I know that, but for the sake of this conversation, we are going to stick with this simplification. What does this mean for the science informing these processes? We scientists, we are not perfect. Science is not neutral. And when we do our research and we do our science, our own biases go to our science. This is inevitable. So the more perspectives that you have when you produce an instrument, a scientific instrument to inform negotiations like our reports from IPCC, you really need to have that balance in perspectives. Otherwise, you are informing with that bias. And if you don't have enough women in leadership positions, in research institutions, you are not going to have enough women in the IPCC informing the processes. So I think that we really need to think about the biases that we are creating when we don't have women, not only in leadership, in strategic positions as well. And this is something that I don't think that we talk about it enough. We praise those women that made it, right? But we really need to think about why are they making it and why not a lot of women are making it, and how can we help collectively, because this is not an issue that affects exclusively women. If we don't have women there, all of us are losing, because women are going to help us to really have this more holistic perspective, and that's what we want. We want solutions, right? If we discriminate 50% of the brains that have the solutions, it's our fault, and we are the ones to blame, but also we are the ones suffering the consequences. So I think that I'm going to stick to this, and maybe later, if I have time, I will say something else. Thank you, Ines.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Definitely food for thought. There's bias, definitely, and we need women in leadership positions. And if it's not happening, we need to question why, and not only look at the success cases, right? Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Daria. Daria is the director of UNEP-MAP PAPRAC. They are one of our institutional partners here in the Pavilion, and I would invite Daria to share with us the stories of Women's Wave, of the projects that they have, and how they are shaping and helping the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. So I will show you this activity, which is a part of our long program. So for 18 years, we have been celebrating Coast Day on the 25th of September in the Mediterranean. And each year we have a different topic. So this year, for the first time, we had a topic of gender. And our small and very enthusiastic and passionate team from Split thought of showcasing the achievements and insights of some extraordinary women around the Mediterranean in order to inspire some new collaborations, some new commitments, and for our greener future. So it all started with an invitation with the women to share their stories, like inspiring women which are driving change in our coastal community. And this actually invite had a very nice response. We got lots of stories from all over the Mediterranean, and you can check it on this story map which was shown before on our websites. Also, we did interviews with women with success, like these 3 ladies from Morocco, Montenegro, and Lebanon. And we got lots of quotes from all over our colleagues who are dealing with different coastal-related issues on their own experience related to the involvement of women in the coastal management. So maybe you can read these messages in order I don't read them. Give you a few seconds. So the success of campaign was quite a surprise to us as well. So we got a 13 million reach in social media and 20 million visits to our websites. And as always, we always have a celebration in one country. There is a central celebration. This year it was in Algeria. So in Algeria it was also a very nice event. It was organized together with the Ministry of Environment and Renewable Energy. And we had something like 160 stakeholders, and we appointed also, as most of the years, our ambassador for the coast, who was Secretary General, Madame Samira Hamidi, who is working with us for last more than 20 years and really pushing hard in order to protect and preserve Mediterranean coastline. And her message is showing it how critical it is and significant for future generations of women as well. And at this event we promoted the recommendations which we prepared. And as you may see here, they are resonate quite well with what you, Ines, said in the introduction and what Anna was mentioning as well. Starting from promoting the gender balance in coastal management decision-making bodies, in implementing policies that promote gender parity in coastal management authorities and committees, to introduce leadership programs in schools and communities centered, focused on the sustainable coastal management and ensure that these are accessible to girls and to women. And the next one was proposed by our partners in Algeria to facilitate the creation and growth of networks and associations for women in coastal management. So community of practice, as you said before, this is something that was required also from the ground. And finally, to establish the indicators to monitor the progress, what Alicia was mentioning now, to know where we are in the terms of including gender. And I would like to close down with one success story that we had this morning, because this morning we presented the MEDEC report on coastal risks. And I remember the slide, we had a gender parity there. So in the small young brother of IPCC, MEDEC, who is doing the same job in Mediterranean, we reached the gender parity, at least in the last report that we published. So Mediterranean was always a kind of pioneer. So I think here we also can be sometimes in some domains. So we can do it, and we can always do it better.
I think that we reach also parity on the other, the WEF and Nexus.
Yes.
I'm also an author on the WEF and Nexus.
Yes.
That's why I know that we reach it.
But we not only reached the parity with gender issue, but we also were quite good in involving the scientists from South. This is also a big and important thing. Thank you, Ines.
Thank you very much, Daria, and I appreciate your interaction among panelists. So feel free to feel free to chip in. I will move on online and give the floor to Eman Wabi. Eman is the MENA engagement lead on the Climate Champions team. She was previously with the World Bank, and now in her new capacity with the Climate Champions team, I would ask 2 questions to Eman. First of all, it would be, what are the opportunities for women climate leaders in the South Mediterranean region? And secondly, if we focus on female-led climate businesses, what are the barriers that they are facing to grow and scale up? Thank you. The floor is yours, Iman. Thank you. And thank you for joining us online.
Thanks a lot, Ines, and thanks a lot for the kind invitation. So I think the issue of climate and gender equality is very much interrelated, and I'm very happy actually to know about the community of practice. I would highly recommend two important actually topics which you've actually asked me about. Is first of all, actually it's the green skills. So we are in this region, we are a very young region, right? So we need a lot of young people working across mitigation and adaptation. So we need lots of marine biologists, lots of ecologists. And the question is, are our research and higher education institutions actually getting us this kind of highly qualified young graduates or not? So on the issue of green skills, I think it's very important because those are the young generation that will work in projects, that will work in businesses. So I would highly recommend looking at the issue of green skills across the Mediterranean. What's the barriers, what's needed, and what would be the recommendations where you engage and with both end, the supply and demand. On businesses, the issue of women-led businesses, I think there are lots of opportunities. We see fantastic women-led businesses, again, addressing mitigation or adaptation products or solutions. But how can we support them to grow as a community, as international community? Like they need catalytic finance. They cannot afford to go to banks to get a loan. They don't have collateral. So the issue how to support them to grow, it's very critical. And again, this gets us back to the issue of green skills. And I think in Morocco we have this amazing experience of UM6P, how they address this issue, how even UM6P got its own Innovex, the entire business model to help turn research and R&D products in actually businesses and supporting them, incubating them, and helping them to scale. So this would come along with catalytic finance. So this is, again, I think it's about MDBs, it's about DFIs, it's about our local financial institutions of how to support them with catalytic finance. And by the end, I would say that we have lots of case and successful stories. Maybe if we amplify them as a region of those, we look at those great entrepreneurs and great women leaders, we amplify their work, we help them to connect. They need this kind of networking visibility. It's very important as well as finance. So I would say it's like the three important things: the catalytic financing, the networking, the visibility, and the skills. Thanks so much, and let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Iman. And before giving the floor to the next speaker, I would like, my colleague Anna has to leave in 2 minutes, so I would like to give the floor to her in case she has any further remarks. Anna, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies because I have another meeting and the discussion is so interesting, but I will look for the recording. But I would like to say that you all will be contacted in the coming weeks about our community of practices, because we would like to have you on board to discuss about which are the needs in the region and how a new FM community of practice could help. We don't want to replicate initiatives that are already there. We want to give a space where the network of networks can work together. So I would be more than happy to collaborate with all of you. A last sentence, Ines. I think that all the people that are in this panel are all women and all of them are leaders. The problem is that the other don't recognize our leadership, but we are leaders in what we are doing. Thank you very much and enjoy the discussion. And thank you, Ines, again.
Thank
Bye.
you, Anna. Thank you. Bye-bye. I mean, allow me to disagree with you, please. I believe that they're all recognized leaders, and that's why they were invited to this panel. But I know that it's challenging.
No, sorry, I was talking about the people who are not in the panel.
Yes.
The other ones.
Definitely. There's work to be done, definitely. There's room for improvement. That's why
Thank you,
we're
bye.
here today. Thank you. Bye-bye. I'll give the floor now to my next speaker. She's seated next to me, Kathleen Sherwin. She's the Chief Strategy and Engagement Officer at Plan International. Kathleen is the only one that is not from the Mediterranean, but there is a reason for her to be here on stage with us. We'll welcome her. I have two questions for Kathleen. First of all, why is it important to specifically highlight climate needs of adolescents and girls? And secondly, girls and young people are leaders in the climate justice movement. Can you highlight 2 or 3 examples of girls and young people's involvement? And I know that you have cases of Spain and Lebanon for us, right? So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you for allowing me to join, even though my background, I'm American. My name's Kathleen, and as I said, I'm on the global leadership team of Plan International, one of the world's largest humanitarian development organizations for children and girls. And I'm here representing my dear sister, Concha, who is the CEO of Plan Spain and Italy. I love the question. We are talking a lot today on this panel about women's leadership. I'd like to kind of turn our attention to girls' leadership for a brief moment. We have a saying at Plan that girl leaders are the climate leaders of today, not tomorrow. And that really centers, I think, all of our thinking. There's over 1 billion children, predominantly girls, who are impacted by extreme climate events and are at extreme risk today. And we know that the climate crisis, girls experience the climate crisis differently. We know that in terms of inequalities, GBV, child and early forced marriage. We know that in terms of access to education, et cetera. And we also know that investment in girls as it relates to climate ODA, less than 2%. In terms of multilateral bank financing, is under 4%. We're hoping to see tomorrow some better news on some of that. But it's not where it needs to be. And girls' education on climate change is absolutely essential. Just this year, 40 million girls had their education disrupted because of climate-related events. So now the good news, back to the examples. I was talking to Concha this morning. What are we doing about it, particularly in the Mediterranean? And there's 2 programs I want to highlight. The first is our Youth for Change program. And essentially, it operates in Spain and Italy and a number of other countries, for which we systematically engage girl leaders in both national, regional, but also global policy processes, such as COP. We have one person here today. I'll just use their first name because of their ages, Jordi, who is sitting in the Spain official delegation from a member from that program and is at the COP negotiation table. So we are wishing Jordi luck. We have Anna and Anoa, who was part of the COP 27 delegation, part of a government of Spain's official delegation. And we had a young person, Patricia, who was part of the official CSW delegation with the government of Spain, providing climate recommendations to the Secretary General. It's just to say that there are real programs out there where girl leaders are taking leadership roles at the highest level of policymaking. And just the second example I wanted to leave is our She Leads cohort. I know we have some in the audience today, a program that's in a number of countries, including Lebanon, for which, again, we systematically engage young people end-to-end in global policy processes. And we have a specific cohort here at COP who have been preparing for months and months at the national level in terms of negotiations around the NAPs, here at the global level at the negotiation table. They have gotten more high-level meetings with negotiators than I have, sitting at the table, bringing recommendations on behalf of millions of girls worldwide. So while it's a tough story, I think, for girl leadership in climate, there needs to be more financing and more opportunities. There's 2 real programs out there, global programs, that are really bearing fruit, and really, again, very grateful to the governments of Spain and Lebanon for their leadership there.
Thank you very much, Kathleen, and very inspiring to hear about girls' leadership. I mean, it's something that we normally don't hear, so thank you for raising attention to that. I'll give the floor now to Kenza Ben Moussa. Kenza is an entrepreneur from Morocco. And Kenza, we would like to hear from you how we can empower women at grassroots level. And if you can give us a couple of examples on that, it would be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you UFM for all the work we are doing actually first to connect us and to help, to advocate for women's leadership and empowerment. So I think that from what I heard from the other panelists, we do share the same thing, which is the positive leadership, which is something very important to have when we talk about leadership, either we are women or male. So we need this kind of spaces where women's voices are heard and where our ideas are valued and our solutions are implemented as well. I will be sharing my story. So I've been engaged in negotiations, and it was really tough. To be able to be as a woman negotiator. So we need a lot of lobbying, a lot of capacity building. Sometimes we say, even if we are leaders, but as a woman, we can think that we are not good enough for some work, for some abilities. And there is that common problem, I think, that I noticed in a lot of studies and also by exchanging with a lot of women leaders, that we do have that imposter syndrome that sometimes block us, and we do have some barriers that we put for ourselves, even though we do have other strong abilities. So building up all of this, we need some platforms to help us, like going through and going over all of those barriers. So I want to mention here the work of the We Can network, which is FAO initiative. And talking about this, so women can help each other to achieve to succeed and to achieve their solutions, to have them implemented. And just talking about that, so we have also here in the public two women We Can representative. So Dunya and Sarah here, that are also incredible leaders from Lebanon and from Tanzania. So the We Can network is really a community sharing practices where we learn from each other. We do have almost like every month some We Can cafe network where we talk about our success story, about what are our challenges, or we do have some capacity building by inviting some good examples to learn from different topics about AI, about how to be successful in our businesses and many things. And the idea is really to connect us and to be in a safe space when again we learn the right skills to have this positive leadership. So talking about entrepreneurship, so I myself started my journey, like my first COP was in Madrid in 2019, so it's a long time ago. And when I arrived to the COP space, I was like really overwhelmed, and I said, wow, this is too big for me. Maybe I'm not able to do something. But like going to COPs and meeting inspiring people and also like having some examples that connect us helped me develop my business solution, which is a startup of gamification to help the private sector to reduce their carbon footprint. And with this, actually, thanks to the people I met, I met in my daily life and in our network, it opened me a lot of doors. So I really insist on we cannot be empowered without the help of others. So this is the story of We Can and my story as well, and I'm glad that we're all connected today. I'm sure we all have some dots to connect.
What's about your caravan? It's something important to speak about also.
Thank you. No, and Kenza, I think that's exactly why you're here. We're here to empower each other, but also to give positive examples to a younger generation, to see concrete cases and see faces of women trailblazers. So thank you. I'll give the floor now to Mariana. Mariana is a president and founder of Último Recurso, which is an NGO in Portugal. And Mariana and her NGO, they are suing the Portuguese government, actually. So I'll have a few questions also for Mariana. So I've noticed that most of your members in your NGO are young women. So how did a group of young women from Portugal first came up with the idea of using the law to fight for climate justice? And then how did you come up with the idea of suing the Portuguese government, secondly? And then how have you felt empowered to implement that? Because one thing is to have the idea and another thing is actually going to the length of actually doing it. So Mariana, the floor is yours and we look forward to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. The first thing I have to say is, so I'm an environmental lawyer focused on climate law and international public law, and I was a law student when I founded this NGO, and the idea was to fill the gap in the social economy in Portugal. We didn't have any NGO focused on law and litigation, and I was wondering why, because it's such a powerful tool that we have to fight climate change, to strengthen the rule of the law, and to hold our governments and decision makers accountable. And I started to search for some of these NGOs outside of Portugal, and there was a lot outside of Portugal, but none in Portugal. So I decided that I was going to create it, and we had to find some neutral criteria to define the entities that should be sued. So we focus on the scientific numbers of who is polluting more the country, who has the more responsibility. And the first one is, of course, the state, so the Portuguese state. So in November last year, we launched a lawsuit against the Portuguese state for non-compliance with the national climate law, a law that was approved to comply with the Paris Agreement, and is not nothing has been done until today, or almost nothing. And I have one more thing to say, that today we filed the second lawsuit, not against the Portuguese state, but against the environmental ministry of Portugal. So it's the second climate litigation lawsuit in Portugal. And I have some things to say about women leadership. And so I'm very young. I think I'm the youngest in this panel. And when I started, I was 20 years old when I started this NGO. And so it was very difficult. It's way difficult for women to start and create something, and especially if you are in a traditional way, like field, like law. Like, this is very traditional. It's dominated by men, and it's very technical, and there was no women doing this in Portugal. And one thing that I learned is no one is going to invite me for anything. No one is going to open me doors. I have to go there and break the door and enter and tell I deserve to be here and I need to be there because I am competent enough to be there. The second thing is I figured that so 90% of my NGO is composed by women, and a few months ago we started to wonder, so two of them are there, so we started to wonder why is that? And so I think there's still a cultural perspective on environmental issues and climate issues of care. So we're trying to take care of our planet and to repair the destruction that has been done. And this idea of care is traditional attributed to women. So women care of people, of children, of elderly, of the planet. And there's the second thing is the leader of this NGO is a woman, a young woman, me. So I don't think that men want to be leader by a woman, or they still have this so I think it's difficult for them in terms of ego. And the last thing I want to say is in the last months I've really been thinking a lot about this, because for me it has been really difficult. The more I enter in the political space, the more I want to leave, actually. But I figure that if it was a man doing the same thing I'm doing right now, he would be called entrepreneur. It would be called a leader. He would have courage, and it would be like amazing. But because it's a woman and it's women-led, we are trying to call for attention. We are not humble, and we are not competent, and well, there's a lot of things that already people called me. And if I was a man, I think there's a Taylor Swift song about this. So yeah, aggressive. Well, but I'm very happy to open the doors for women, and I'm very happy for my NGO being composed by women, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana. No, it's very inspiring, and I think it relates a bit to what Alicia was saying about the biases, and I think it's commendable that you're not waiting to be invited, even though you were invited to this panel. So sometimes people do notice and try to make a difference. But I think it's remarkable to be so young and have such, a concrete action. So thank you for joining us. I'll give the floor now to Mrs. Nuza Bouchareb, which is a former Minister of National and Territorial Planning and Urban Planning and Housing and City Planning of Morocco. She's also the president of Connecting Group International, and she's the vice president of the Mediterranean Climate House Foundation, also in Morocco. Mrs. Bouchareb, we would like to hear from you your perspectives as a former minister of Morocco, as a VP of the Mediterranean Climate House that is very active in the region. So what are your perspectives? I mean, I know that you've been working for many years on empowering women, on regional networks, so the floor is yours. Thank you. We cannot hear you. You are muted. I've been told that you are muted.
You hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I said thank you, Ines, for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be with you in this panel. Of course, let me talk about our experience in Morocco, and especially about the experience of the Connecting Group Foundation, which is an NGO. I'm the president of this NGO, and we work a lot on the leadership, female leadership, and how to make more women in the decision maker. So most of the indicator, as was said by a lot of people, show that women are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change, and highly highlights the importance of integrating a gender perspective into climate policy. The situation, as you know, is mainly linked with, of course, the role in agriculture or natural resource, etc., etc. In Morocco, despite the advance in the legal framework, the inequalities still persist, and they are manifest in distribution of wealth, access to health, to education, violence, etc. Also, women are often underrepresented or represented in the decision-making process, so they have very little power to influence policy that affect them. Women in political in Morocco, of course, we have progress in these issues, but we still need more, because in Morocco now we are 24% of women are minister, 24 are deputies in the first chamber, and only 12 are deputies in the second chamber, and we have 26% of women in the municipal as in the common collectivity or municipal. So as I have told to you in our foundation, which is the Connecting Group International Foundation, created in 2011, our mission is principally to strengthen participation of women in decision making, to achieve gender equality in economic, political, social, and environmental rights. So concerning the climate agenda and sustainable development, the Connecting Group International Foundation play an important role in raising awareness among women so that they get involved in decision making in climate change and sustainable development as well. Our mission is principally improve the representation of Moroccan women in political decision-making position. Also, we work a lot on strengthening women's transformation leadership. We encourage the effectiveness or the effective participation of women in the implementation of the country plan as a PAN or other plan. We work also in ensure better visibility of women, as was said by I think Anna, and we work also in skills at the national and international level and combat all the stereotype and all form of discrimination against women. So strengthening the capacity of women, we do a lot of capacity building, 77 training session, and we touch more than 255 women. Now we are working on the coaching and interpersonal development on communication technical communication, leadership, conflicts and mediation, sustainable development, and climate change. On visibility, we work to highlight competence, female competency who have demonstration motivation on the whole position and the responsibility, and we are providing also decision-making bodies with a database of female member competency. We support also women who are vulnerable, supporting empowerment of projects such as the production of solar events and the preservation of ancestral know-how. For example, in the region of Souss Messa, which is near Agadir in south of Morocco, the action of the projects we build with women there was about strengthening the capacity of women organ grower and creating a production of sectors for solar events. It's made it possible to target more than 6,000 women and train about 30 cooperative in management tool, etc. So we work also in advocating at the COPs for the integration of gender equality in decision making bodies. We also advocate for the consideration of the need of women in the face of climate change in climate policy, and we work on other thematic as energy transformation or transition program, mobility, promotion of the empowerment of women on gender equality. So the results are not very significant, but I think that it's important to present to you some of our results. We have done more than 1,020 action carried out in favor of the equality and the women's rights. We have reinforced capacity of more than, as I said, 215 women training. Also, we have made aware of the importance of their involvement in building an egalitarian society, and we work also with rural women. Our participation in approving the representation of women from the foundation in political decision-making position. Now we have 2 women, which is a pure product of the foundation. We are 2 women ministers. We are also 1 woman general secretary, one woman inspector, and 2 women are director, and more than 205 women are now political leaders, and we are working together at all the level to make that happen. Now I need to ask, of course, all of you, and of course l'UPM in priority. We need to have to work on more networking together. We need to do a plan for Mediterranean women to be able to share experiences and best practice, and also we need to highlight the indicator of how many women are accessing to the decision making in the agenda, climate agenda every year. Thank you for inviting me another time, and I'm here if there is some question about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Musharraf. Much appreciated, and we hear your call for setting up a concrete network and have concrete actions moving forward. I'll give the floor now to Sada Grubanov-Boskic, which is a policy officer at the OECD Istanbul Center for Global Relations and Cooperation Directorate. And I have two questions for you, Sada. At the OECD Istanbul Center, you are carrying out research on women's economic empowerment and leadership in green transition, covering several countries of the Mediterranean. Can you tell us more about your research and its main findings? That's the first question. And then second question for you, what are the main policy recommendations for inclusive climate action based on the study that you are undertaking? Thank you.
Many thanks, Ines, also for your invitation. And I'd like to say I'm very interested and enthusiastic about this UFM community of practice. So I really look forward to hearing more about this. Well, for us as well, I mean, the green transition represents really a historic and a critical opportunity to advance gender equality across all dimensions. And if we don't grasp this opportunity right now, we risk to deepen the already deep gender inequalities that exist. So with this guiding principle in mind, we have partnered with UNDP Regional Bureau for Europe and Central Asia. And together we have launched this year a study called Cultivating Women and Girls in STEM for the Green Economy. Our aim is to identify barriers, but also key actionable policy and program recommendations to advance women's economic empowerment and leadership in the green transition. We cover 11 countries, including several Mediterranean countries, Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Turkey, in addition to Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Serbia, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. The project is based both on quantitative and qualitative data collection and analysis. It is still in progress, but I will just show you some preliminary findings for 2 Mediterranean countries, and I also look forward to your feedback. So if I can have the first slide. So what regards this quantitative part of the analysis, using the OECD framework on defining green and brown jobs and National Labour Force Survey microdata, we have estimated the employment in climate-friendlier sectors, that is green jobs, and also in the high-emission sectors, that is brown jobs. And what we find that is that both green and brown jobs are male-dominated. We see evident gender segregation in green jobs that can be attributed largely to the low representation of women in STEM fields and in leadership positions. We also paid particular attention to the transitions of workers from brown to green jobs, because it is the workers on brown jobs who risk bearing these negative consequences of the green transition if successful reallocation mechanisms are not put in place. And secondly, we also consider that greening of the economy is connected to the regional development in each country, meaning the green jobs are not necessarily located where brown jobs are or were, and also the degree of gender discrimination across region is not necessarily equal across the country. Here you can see our estimates for Turkey, and you can see, first of all, that across all the regions, or Turkish regions, we have a much larger share of women, almost half of all of those currently employed on a brown job, who are at risk of having a difficult transition to a green occupation. And we see regional differences, and the most difficult case is going to be for women living in eastern regions of Turkey. And this points out to the need to implement region-specific just transition plans that can address the unique challenges of women in each region, such as regional hubs, career counseling, childcare support, and so on. Next slide, please. As I also mentioned, our project has a part of qualitative analysis with surveys, focus group discussions, key informant interviews with various stakeholders that were carried out through UNDP country offices. We have concluded, for example, in North Macedonia, this qualitative part of the study. And here I would like to show you which policies and strategies have been ranked as the most important by different North Macedonian stakeholders when it comes to advancing women economic empowerment and leadership in the green transition. So stakeholders predominantly identified non-financial support in terms of training, startup support, and mentoring for women in STEM. Also, a commonly identified area is the financial support for women-led businesses in the green sector. But interestingly, not all the stakeholders have the same priorities, and it's of course understandable. And for example, an interesting case of businesses that have indicated as their top priority the implementations of policies for zero tolerance for discrimination and harassment at workplace. And this also, again, highlights how crucial it is for policies to advance women's leadership, but also economic empowerment, how crucial it is to have a multi-stakeholder approach that accompanies the whole policy cycle, so from design, implementation, and monitoring, in order to have these policies to be impactful and successful. And of course, there's so much more to say, but because we are gathering a lot of data, and I look forward to continuing this discussion and exchanging also afterwards. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you, Sauda. Thank you for giving also the case of Turkey, North Macedonia, which are other countries that are also in our region and were not covered yet. I'll give the floor now to, last but not least, Wafa Misrar. Thank you very much for joining us. We're a bit overrunning time, but we'll make sure that everyone we'll overrun a bit of time. We want to hear from you as well. You are the campaigns and policy lead for CAN Africa. And to you, I would like to ask specifically, how do you see gender parity and meaningful participation of African women being effectively integrated into climate negotiations, and what is the role that civil society can play in driving this agenda forward? So that will be question one. And question two, in your capacity as campaigns and policy lead advocating for equitable climate finance, how can the new collective quantified goal be structured to ensure that women-led grassroots initiatives across Africa receive the resources needed to drive sustainable and inclusive climate solutions? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me, Ines. CAN is the Climate Action Network for the people that had never heard about it. So I am based in Morocco, and to answer your questions, I would say it's very unfortunate, it's very sad to see that in this COP29, out of the 78 leaders, only 8 are women. So this is to start with. So in the African context, I would say, when we're talking, our main priority is adaptation. So this is what we're looking for. We are actually facing the brunt and the challenges of the consequences of climate change. We are not even causing it. We are causing less, which is like less than 4%, which is nothing. But yet we are the continent that is suffering the most. Now, I said that adaptation is the priority. And to adapt, we need finance. But then when we're talking about adaptation in the African context, we're talking mainly about agriculture, because agriculture is the main sector. And in this main sector, the majority are women. So women are the ones responsible to provide water. They are the ones responsible to provide food. They are the ones responsible to provide energy. Of course, we are still relying on fossil fuels. We're not going there, but they are the ones that are, providing everything for the communities, for their people, and for their families. Now, this is the first thing. The second thing, why are they excluded from these negotiations? Why are they not part of these discussions that are going on right now? This COP is known as the Finance COP. It's the NCQG COP. So we are discussing finance. And finance is something that is very important to adapt to the consequences of climate change. Now, the text was released yesterday night. And the women weren't part of the negotiations and they weren't part of the discussions. So it means that it's not even a solution for us. Nothing of the text that was included there is providing a solution for the problems that we are facing. So what are we supposed to do as civil society organizations to reject and to, ask for our demands? And our demands are clear. We want to be included and we want to be part of the change because we are the ones making the change. So again, another thing that I would love to talk about, like in can Africa that we are advocating for, of course, is clean energy. And we're talking about clean energy, we're talking about clean cooking. And in Africa, again, the majority of the cook, they are women. They are the ones suffering and inhaling the smoke because we are still relying on dirty and fossil fuels. So now, if we are moving or transitioning from fossil fuels to just energy transition, we need finance. And this NCQG, if it's not, adequate and fitting our demands, then we're supposed to be rejecting it. And I was calling yesterday in a press conference our African negotiators and African leaders that they have the right to reject. They have the right to say no. They have the right to send back the leaders of the global north to their back home and ask them to come back again to negotiate. Because there is that sentence that was released, recently that was mentioning no deal is a good deal for a bad deal. Which means we are not going to accept anything less than what we deserve. We've been suffering for too long and enough is enough. We want our rights, and when we're talking about an adequate finance goal, we're talking about the quality. Of course, it's going to be replacing the $100 billion that was agreed in the Paris Agreement. But then if it's not grants, we're not going to accept that. Because when, there is the double counting problem as well, that is, a big issue. They will give you money, but it's going to be formed as loans, it's not grants. And we are already indebted as African countries. We are suffering. We are paying a lot of money, like more than what we're supposed to pay. It's more than we're supposed to pay for education. It's more than we're supposed to pay for health. And all that money is going just as a debt. So now what is the solution? If we are not all together in this. So because the problem is, is big and huge. Not only we are women, but we are coming from the global south. It's two major problems. If we are not united in this fight, if we are not together in this, we are not going to move forward. We are not going to get anything. And I am urging every single person here, to keep fighting, to be optimistic. Nothing is lost yet. Let's just be positive and let's keep working together. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Wafa. Before wrapping up, I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions. Yes? Okay, please.
Yes, I'm Dunia Khouri from Lebanon. I am founder and president of NGO for Women in the Bekaa Valley, working on women empowerment. And as Kenza mentioned, I am member of the Weekend, which is a very good platform that was established by the FAO to support the women of the South-South. And I think that if we have to integrate some projects, it is a good platform to be there because we have more than 200 women from different countries, from Brazil to Tanzania to Morocco. So it is an international platform from the women of the South. So it's a good platform to go through this platform to support the women because, as you mentioned, it is a question of finance. If we want to implement some projects related to the green energy, to the clean energy, so it could be a good roadmap to go there. We have here the OECD. I think that they are a good institution to finance women because if women need to move from the fossil to go to the clean energy, I think there's a lot of projects. I saw here the SIC. It's a question about cooking on solar energy, and it's very simple and not high cost. They are here. So we have solutions in our center because we are women struggling together. We have our center, our Rural Development Center. We are empowering women, capacity building, and we are working on clean energy. We have our solar energy system in our center. Because I received the funds from the European Union, I give 30 houses, which are guest house because we are working on rural tourism. I support them to have the solar energy for their house. So we have solutions, but as you mentioned, we have to go together and we have to be really decision maker. We work with the UNCD. I've been at the COP16, at the COP15 in Abidjan. With the UNCCD, they will have the COP next in Arabia Saudi. We work on COP15 on the action plan, Women Action Plan. And as you mentioned, we have inside supporting women in decision making, in economy, and in science. Women in science should be there, should be here, because they have their research and their ideas to be implemented. So I think that the planet needs us, the men need us, and our families need us. This is why we have to go away and to continue struggling for our rights. And I participated also, I have the opportunity to participate at the conventions, at the 3 conventions I met in Berlin last year, to fight also, to collaborate for the women's right to the land. This is very, very important issue that we have to struggle on. Because if women don't have the land, she haven't any secure to put the feet on and to save her family. Because as you mentioned, a woman is looking for her family, for her children, and she have to get the water, and so women need the land. And in many countries, women didn't have the land right to the land. So the woman right to the land is a very important issue that we have to work on and to support and to get it on the policies, on the legal issues. Thank you so much, and I hope success and for all the women all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question at the back as well.
Thank you all the presenter. It is very, very, very nice session. My question is, like you say, we have a few seats for women. In example, in this COP29, yeah. So what plan do we have to increase the seat of women? I had planned they have more campaign and training for the women negotiator, but we need more of this. So what are we doing to have more seats for women? That is the first question. And another question is, we are going for our new NDCs. So what are the togetherness on the gender reigns on the NDCs? Thank you.
Alicia, you want to take it?
So I want to start answering basically the first question, and I'm going to say something that it might be a little bit controversial, but my plan is for men to step down. That's my plan. There's only a few spaces up there. And this is not about more training, more leadership, more empowerment. Listen, I'm very empowered. I don't need more training. I don't need more empowerment. What I need is a sponsorship. I don't need mentorship. All of us know perfectly what we need to do. We are doing it. What we need is a space. And if they don't give us a space, we're going to bring our chair, even if it is foldable, and we are going to sit there at that table, and someone needs to step down. It's that simple, and they need to agree that this is our time and that we have the right to be there. And I mean, I always say that we are going to achieve equality once we see mediocre women sitting at those tables. And everybody's like, no, but we don't want mediocre women. It's like, do you know how much mediocre men do we have at those tables? So why can we not have mediocre women there? We only have excellent women right now. So, but there's not enough space. So they need to step down.
Thank you. Someone else wants to take that? Wafa?
I just wanted to add, and thank you for that intervention. The stake is high, you know. We need to fight. We can't accept less than what we deserve. We are here because we deserve it. And we are here because we have special demands. We are here because we are suffering. We are here because we know what we are going through. No one is going to decide for us. We have the right to choose for ourselves. And if we are not in these spaces, other people will decide for us, and they will do what they're suitable for them. And we've been in this forever. We're still colonized, actually. We have, like, just to agree on this, especially the global South countries. Most of the time, it's the global North countries deciding for us what is suitable for us, what is the solution, what is not good for us. But we know our challenges, we know our problems, and we have the ability to solve them by ourselves, because only us have the solution. And thank you.
Thank you. I'm very mindful of the time, but I would like to give at least 30 seconds to the other speakers. So Mariana, Kenza, Kathleen, Daria, if in a nutshell you want to complement what is being said, I'll start with Mariana and we'll take the floor.
I hate when people give me 30 seconds.
Give 1 minute.
Well, what I have to add on what, sorry, I don't remember your name. Wafa? Yeah, said, is, so I'm a young woman and I've been focused on youth representation here at COP29. And what I've been saying is it's our and my future that is being discussed. I will live at least for more 60 years if I'm lucky enough. And I don't understand how we allowed this system, like how we allowed for almost 30 years that our future, my future, is being decided by a couple of white old men that are not worried about my future, are worried about their profit and their power. And so I think, like, repeating what I said in the first intervention, like, I think we are going to, like, break the door. Like, they're not going to step down. They don't want to step down because this, I mean, sometimes it's about money, but most of the times it's about power, it's about ego, and it's about the status. And I don't think people like that have been doing this for years, that have been failing for years, they don't want to step down. And so I think using communication and breaking the doors, I think it's like our most powerful tools, because we really have the right to be in there. Yeah, thank you.
I will just add something. So I would say that, first of all, the first thing that I personally prefer, that I don't want others to see me as a woman. Before seeing me as a woman or my gender, see my skills and abilities. So if actually I do have this, I deserve to be there. And I always like a quote that some indigenous people were saying in some in a previous COP. So if we are not a part of the table of negotiations, we will be part of the menu. So whoever I am a young person or a woman or whatever, I deserve to be there because I have the abilities to do the negotiations. I have something to do. I need that my voice needs to be heard, and I have also some solutions to implement. So yeah.
Thank you, Kemsa. Daria,
Yes, maybe. Well, it was really interesting roundtable, much beyond my expectations. Yeah, and something comes to my mind. It's also about climate justice should be balanced negotiations. So we should have representatives of all groups, of women, of children, of South, of North. It should be really balanced negotiation. And maybe this could be some message that we can push from some.
Not much to say at the end here, but I think you're right. I think it's power is taken, and I think going back to, again, at least from my perspective, for girls leaders, they're taking the stage right now, right? They're taking the stage with negotiators, with meeting with ministers, being in speaking stages like this, and that needs to continue to happen. The only thing I'd like to maybe end on an optimistic note, because it can be very negative, is I think we also have to be careful about everything being, zero sum. There's a lot of things that are not going our way, but we do have to remember that we do have to highlight what is working. And as we see the draft text, and I was meeting with our girl leaders today, we hope to get over that 1 trillion. We're seeing gender more. We saw human rights, one verse, but hey, we got that. Gender transformative is in there, more grants, more concessional financing. So again, I also want to make sure that we are telling the good news stories, because progress doesn't happen unless you lift and bring light to what is working, and where you see women's leadership and girls' leadership working, that should be the story. So at least on behalf of PLAN, that will be our approach today, and hopefully tomorrow when we see the final version.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. Before wrapping up, quickly to our speakers online, Sarah, Mrs. Bouchareb, please, if you have any last-minute remarks, please go ahead.
I can, Ms. Bouchareb.
Thank you. Okay. Please, come on.
Okay, thanks. I just want to be a little bit moderate here, and I think that there's space for men and women, and that we need more. I mean, there's a lot of men who really believe in gender equality as a human right. They don't need a business case to promote gender equality. And I think that we need to leverage these men to be our gender equality champions, and to have more men committed, to give them more space to those men that are committed to also to promote the gender responsive leadership. I think we need to involve them and use them as our allies. Thank you.
Mrs. Bouchareb?
In my opinion, I think that we need to have women leader in the decision, include in the decision. We need to have to be as women, political women, more involved in these issues, and we need to take power, because this question are a question of power. So how to take this power is the big question. I think that we can do anything if women are not in the power, are not in the as a leader in some level, which level can make this happen. Of course, there is some men who support us. Of course, there is a sensitivity concerning the balance and the gender equality, etc. But I think that we need, as women engage and as women leader, to be able to take the power. That is the question, the big question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before wrapping up, I would like to say that we built this panel because we wanted to give examples of women leadership, of women that are seated at a table, that are not waiting to be invited, that are making noise, making waves as well. And I think it's very important that we have this and that we build on partnerships and that we continue discussing this, not only on the thematic day for women at the COP and not only on the International Women's Day, but that it's a continued and daily action. And this panel touched upon many, many, many interesting topics, from biases for girls' leadership, from the fact that nobody is going to invite you at the table, and that we don't believe that this is a matter of youth or of age. I mean, we can be impactful at any we can be impactful at any age, and we can have many different forms of action. Can be activism, can be suing the government, can be making noise, can be building partnerships. There are many ways of trying to move forward, but indeed the statistics that we've heard here today from many of you, from Mrs. Bouchareb as well, from the numbers of women at the negotiation table are not acceptable, and this is something that needs to be raised and needs to be discussed. So if this little panel in this little pavilion was able to at least raise the perspectives and the topic from the management perspective, I'm very happy, I'm very pleased, and we all look forward to continue engaging with you in the future. Thank you. Maybe a group photo?
Everyone's supposed to be connected right now. Everyone is connected, yes.
Ok, è connesso, è connesso. Anna Teresa? Ci sta, è connesso.
In case Alessandro has to leave.
Vabbè, tanto è ok.
I hope he can stay. Yep. Is it on? Wait, let me check. Yes. It will work, yeah. Yes, if you have the red light, it's on. So yes, you can start. They will listen to you online, they will listen to you here.
Okay, so let's start. Let's start again. We try with the technical things. My name is Romana Fabrizi. I work for RAI TG3 as a journalist. I'm the moderator of this panel, and we have very special guest today. I have a list of guests, but I start first of all with her because she's with me, Giulia Giordano. She's from the think tank, Italian think tank ECCO. Then we have online Nicole Rigo from RAI Sostenibilità. And then we have Gramenos Mastroianni, which is the Senior Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. He's a diplomat, a negotiator, professor, a very climate strategist. Then we have Alessandro Politi from the NATO College. Sorry, because I have all. From the NATO Defense College Foundation. I knew that, but I'm so tired these days. And then Giulia Giordana, Patrizio Bianchi from the chair UNESCO, and he's with us from Barcelona, Spain, economist and also minister in the Mario Draghi Italian government. And then we have Claudio Capon, which is Secretary General of the Conference for the Mediterranean Audiovisual Operators, ex-General Director RAI and ex-Vice President of EBU, European Broadcasting Union. So let's have Gramenos Mastroianni, first of all, which is our host, do the greetings about Mediterranean. Gramenos, I will give the word to you.
Thank you so much, and we are so proud to host this event organized by RAI in our pavilion. This is a small pavilion in space, but it's carrying a huge message, and the foundations of this message are directly linked with the title of this panel. Who are we? We are the Mediterranean, a region that does not exist in climate negotiations. It is fragmented in three different negotiation teams that sometimes oppose themselves. But there is a deeper who are we that has to be understood and developed. If you look at the map, you might be startled at the idea of Europe. It seems strange. If you apply the criteria through which we have selected all the other continents, Europe should not exist. Its name should be West Asia. But still, we want to be a continent, and we recognize ourselves in a unity and difference from the rest. Something similar happens with North Africa, which is Africa, but it's not Africa. It's something of its own, culturally. And then we think that we are different between the North and the South. We see so many differences, but if we take one step back, we are close brothers. We look the same. We have shared thousands of years of history. We have the same civilizations. Our bloods are crossed. So we represent a bubble, which is also a cultural bubble. Why is it so? The answer was already given more than 200 years ago by Montesquieu, who elaborated a theory of climate, precisely to say we are who we are because we are the children of a very, very special climate that gave us a lot of privileges. It's a special climate which was produced by the presence of this very large mass of water between Southern Europe and North Africa that we call the Mediterranean, which is not oceanic. What did this mass of water do? it stabilized climate and it made it predictable and sweet, thus allowing the most important revolution in history, which is not the Industrial Revolution, it's the Agricultural Revolution. It's the moment in which mankind shifted from passive users of the ecosystem to organizers of the ecosystem to take place in our region. Why? Because you can only think of planning how to use your territory. You can only think of sowing and preparing agriculture if you know when it's going to rain. This produced an economy, this produced an history, but it also produced a common culture, which is now cementing our efforts to tackle climate change in the moment in which climate change is basically destroying these roots of unity. What the Mediterranean represented for us during 2,000 years, now that it isn't taking so much energy, it's becoming so warm, is inverting its functions. We can resist to it, but if we remember our roots, which are economic, historical, but are above all a common culture that unites us. Thank you so much for having this event in our pavilion.
I think, thank you very much, Gramenos. It's always interesting to listen to him. And I think Mikol from RAI Sostenibilità is also connected. Do we have her? Mikol, do you want to say something?
Yes, I'm here. Well, first of all, what can I say after such enlightening introduction? I will try. Thank you, Gramenos Mastroianni, for hosting this panel at the Mediterranean Pavilion. And also on our side, all the people who contributed to organizing it. This is very, very important. We do believe, let me just try shyly to say that as a broadcaster, we do believe that public service media, all of them, have a key role to play together with all broadcasters in involving the widest possible audiences and raising awareness on the key challenges of our world. And this we need to do through a thoughtful, accurate, and understandable language that paves the way to future major steps that are now very urgent and a sustainable transition. Let me remind ourselves that proudly so that RAI has been engaged in the sustainability journey for quite some time in our content. For example, the Mi illumino di meno, a little less light, if I can translate it this way, was launched. It's a campaign that was launched by our radio in 2005, and it led in 2022 to identifying the 16th of February as a national day for energy saving. We also have a rich content in sustainability, words and issues. For example, Una Mattina in Famiglia, that takes care each week of identifying a single word in sustainability and explaining it to the wider audience. But there is more. We do believe that RAI also plays a key role as a corporate entity, leader as it is, as a stakeholder in the wider broadcasting value chain, and as an example for its partners, suppliers, and clients. Some years ago, our company has started a journey, and a more structured journey, into sustainability from a corporate standpoint. This led, first of all, to the creation of a new department, RAI for Sustainability ESG, which takes care every day of pursuing sustainability goals on screen and off screen at 360 degrees. This also led to the approval for the first time of a sustainability plan, which is strictly linked to the newly approved remit for 2023-2028 and to our industrial plan, and responds to the mandate under Section 12 of the new remit that RAI play a key role in the country to lead a cultural change for ESG issues, and that it sets out a strategy that is measurable and accountable. Our plan sets out a clear commitment, both on screen and off screen, in particular as concerns the dissemination of a sustainability culture. So it doesn't stop to single initiatives. We need to have a strategy, and we do have a strategy. However, our plan also focuses on the need for a company to engage in actual and effective strategy aimed at measuring our carbon footprint and reducing the emissions linked to our activities, as well as those related and linked to the value chain. This project, the carbon footprint, is key to our mission, and it's actually involving the whole group of companies as well as our suppliers and clients. We, and let me conclude, we are profoundly aware of the need for a global and thorough cultural change and our key role in this regard. And we are constantly working to continue the journey in line with our mission. And with that, I'll leave the floor to the moderator, Romana, thank you so much, to open this interesting exchange of sustainable good practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Actually, yeah, the initiative Mi Illumino di Meno has been so important in Italy. A lot of awareness grew up with that. A lot of people participating, and this is from something that really changed things. To talk about Mediterranean, to focus on Mediterranean is particularly important because we know warming is extreme in the Mediterranean more than in other places. We talk about Mediterranean as an area with 3 different borders: Europe, Africa, Middle East, even a larger region maybe, and it's a region with a lot of conflict and tension, a lot of extreme climate change and extreme climate event. Just if we think just about Valencia in Spain, the flood in Valencia, but it's also a region full of opportunities with a great potential for green energy and sustainable energy. Working on expanding renewable energy in Africa means, for example, also development, employment, safety, stability for this country. So there start to be local goals, and we talk about this with Giulia Giordano later, but we can talk now with Professor Bianchi, because it's not easy and we cannot act randomly, and it's not the best time for multilateralism, but how can we act in the Mediterranean region? Professor Bianchi. We don't have the audio. I think maybe.
Don't have the audio?
Okay. Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you. No?
And now?
Yes. Okay.
It's okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome,
Because
Professor.
It's difficult to speak in an international conference without audio. You are right. Okay, let me start. Thank you for this opportunity, Romana, of discussing this extremely important issue in these days that we have in Baku, this discussion, in these days that, unfortunately, we are very clear that the new, also it's difficult to say new, Trump administration declared very clear that the United States is ready to go out again from the Paris Agreement. We are speaking about global events. And global events require that all the people in this world are responsible, not only to mitigate these tendencies, but also to reinvent our possibility to live in this, our common world. For this reason, it's extremely important that we speak about the Mediterranean area. I'm here in Barcelona. I am so happy to hear to the Union for the Mediterranean. And let me thank also the Union. When we are speaking about the Mediterranean area, you are right. This is probably the most affected area of the climate change. On one side, it's evident because we are living in a closed sea, but also because it's 2,000-3,000 years that civilization also put it in this sea, all the residues. When we're speaking about climate change, this means that we have to rethink deeply what we consider as civilization. And this means that in Europe now, there is an attention to the climate change that I don't find in the other part of the world. But Mediterranean Sea is also, as Kremnos said before, the place where all the conflicts are converging. The Middle East conflict, on the other side also the Ukraine conflict, the forgotten wars in Africa. But we are here. We are in the middle of the sea, and we have to induce Europe to reconsider what Mario Draghi said quite clearly. Also the possibility to re-establish a process of economic growth for Europe is based on the capacity to work on decarbonization and digitalization. That means to use all the technologies to controvert this climate tendency. This is extremely important because it's clear that we have to avoid, to refuse to consider that to work on sustainability means, in some sense, to stop development. Mario Draghi said the opposite. The possibility for Europe to reactivate a process of development that is stopped from 2008. From 2008, Europe is in a process of stagnation. We are happy when every year we have 0 point something of economic growth. No, this is not development. The way to re-establish a process of development is to work on sustainability. And when Nicole stressed this word sustainability, don't forget it, that sustainability is not only a climate problem. We have a social sustainability, we have an economic sustainability, we have a human sustainability, we have a democratic sustainability. And this is another point that I want to stress. If we are looking what Europe is producing, what Europe is selling outside Europe, the real engine of our development, we discovered that it is pharmaceutical, food protection, is people care. It is all those technologies that we can call human technologies. Human technologies on one side, environmental technologies on the other side, in a context where in the last 30 years, in all the parts of the world, also in China, increased in a dramatic way the index of inequality. Not in Europe. Until this moment, we in Europe maintain the idea that equality is a value, that human value is the part, the sustain of our development, but we have to invest more and more in these issues. And of course, when we're speaking about climate change, this means that we have not to reduce the discussion to what is important, technical issues connected with climate change. But we have to say that climate change is the clear evidence of a continent that has to invest more and more in education and research, has to play a role in the transformation of the world. 2 years ago, we had at the United Nations opening session a strong debate about that. Transforming education to transform the world. After that, the UNESCO approved the redefinition of the 1974 recommendation for peace. I'm so happy and so fortunate, so lucky that I was part of the two processes. But the idea was very clear, to work for peace today is not only to avoid war, but is to construct the condition for a durable peace. This is strictly connected with sustainability. So when Nicole said sustainability, and I'm very happy about all the effort that our national TV is doing for sustainability. We are not speaking simply on sustainability for climate problems. And also that is a huge problem. But we have to consider that we have to use this approach to a climate, to environmental sustainability, to build the condition for a durable peace. And because we are inside the Mediterranean Sea, this is one of the main issues for us. And of course, this is moving from education. Why education? Because education means that we have to increase our reciprocal comprehension with the other part of the people stay on the Mediterranean coast. We have to invest more in research, we have to invest more in education, we have to invest more in comprehension. Also increasing the exchange among the universities in the area. Let me remember at the end of this short speech the intuition that Romano Prodi had a couple of years ago when he said that we have to build up the universal Mediterranean Sea, our Mediterranean area. We have to create a big alliance among all the universities in the area, in the European side, in the African side, in the Middle East side, having what Granos said before, expanding this relation, these networks to the entire Europe, to the entire Africa, to the entire Asia. We have to put together all our capacity to recreate the condition to have the possibility to live all together in this area of civilization, recreating our civilization, and as Mario Draghi said, our new development. I think that it is extremely important. And I think that we cannot simply stay in the situation where we are. Europe is marginal in digital technologies, but we are leading the areas of using technologies for human health and for climate health. We are in a strong risk to be marginal in terms of economic development, but we have to take advantage from the fact that we are investing, and we're investing more and more in these areas. And the areas are on one side technology, and on the other side what we can call at the academic they say moral sciences. We have to approach in a transdisciplinary way this kind of complexity. There is a risk that you know. The risk is that when we are facing complexity, to try to reduce complexity, consider it just one argument. No, we have to avoid that. And we have to take complexity using all the instruments to speak together, to have a dialogue with all the people living in this area. For this reason, it's extremely important, this initiative of RAI, of our television, is extremely important that we involve all the people, starting from this discussion, also to carry on in this debate. I hope that this is possible, Nicole, and I'm sure that we find all the people, all the responsible people, all the people of the school, of the university, ready for that. And of course, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Bianchi. You say we cannot simply stay, so Europe should be leader, maybe should be leading something. So on this, I would like to give the word to Alessandro Politi from NATO College Foundation to see, Alessandro, what we want to add to this. Non sentiamo, we cannot hear you.
The audio, it should work. Let's see here.
Now it's
Great,
working.
it works.
Okay, welcome, Alessandro.
Well, thank you very much for the kind invitation and for the opportunity, and thank you also for, your understanding. As you know, the Mediterranean has changed deeply already in the years 2000 when China opened its trading routes in the country itself. So from 2004, I think that our beloved Mediterranean has become a Sindoterranean, the terminal of goods, interests, flows of people, flows of capital from China, India, Africa, Gulf, through the Suez Canal till Italy, at least, up to a certain period, up to the COVID pandemic, to Gioia Tauro, and now it's split, I say, between the Piraeus, under Chinese control, at least 2 terminals, and the Italian port. So this is a deep change, which has been preceded by Italian naval thinkers already before saying that the Mediterranean should be enlarged, be perceived as a larger Mediterranean, both to the Atlantic and to the Indian Ocean. And now there is a new talk, at least in Italy, about the Indo-Mediterranean, which is, again, you know, a fact of life. Seas are always interconnected. And all this is against the background of the debate that you all know of the Indo-Pacific. Now, what do we do in terms of global security that doesn't just, you know, stay in the Mediterranean or in Europe or in the Euro-Atlantic space? And this, of course, should lead, you know, to the tensions that we see around Europe. To be very frank, Europe has been surrounded by tensions already after 1991. There was no end of history. Unfortunately, the first war in the heart of Europe was the one of dissolution of Yugoslavia. I won't make the list of the other conflicts. We know about them. At the same time, and this is, I would say, the silver lining in a cloud that for the moment is quite dark, NATO has tried to do its bit with partnerships. And here there is something that, of course, is not always mentioned, but the 3 core tasks of NATO include cooperative security. And cooperative security isn't just a matter of militaries, it's a matter of political dialogue, it's a matter of diplomacy, it's made between equals, and it touches a number of assistance, military, civil activities. As you might know, at the headquarters of NATO there is a division which before was on new challenges, and these new challenges included climate change. The division has changed now name, innovation, hybrid, and cyber, but still climate change is within this division, and it is something that is followed not just, you know, for military purposes, because NATO is a civil military alliance, a political military alliance, where the civilians have the last word and command. So what can I tell you about this? The partnerships are quite old. The most recent ones date back at 2004 with the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, putting together a considerable number of countries in the Gulf. But all the Mediterranean is covered, except a couple of countries, by these partnerships on the southern shore. In the past 10 years, unfortunately, these were neglected for obvious reasons and for political choices, which I didn't agree, unfortunately. But as you know, as an Italian, as a NATO member country, we are a private foundation, so we don't represent anybody, thanks God. And we have a relative freedom on that. But now there is a new impulse after the summit of Washington. And so the southern neighborhood or southern region has received more attention. And for a simple reason, security is not just for one group of countries. It is 360 degrees. it is shared. And so what we are trying to do, and we do concretely, first of all, we opened a liaison office in Amman. The first time this happens since 1949. And this liaison office will facilitate political dialogue, which is the most important thing. And then we appointed a special envoy of the Secretary General to the southern neighborhood, which means a higher degree of political dialogue, which all, Arab and non-Arab countries asked for. This means also that we are ready, as we did before, as NATO alliance, to assist the countries in natural catastrophes. Of course, NATO can't do anything. It's much smaller in competences than Europe. It has specific missions, but cooperative security means that you open a network of relationships that then can help in preventing disastrous affairs, as we have seen right now, or problematic influences, and that can allow, our cooperation when it is needed among partner countries. It is, again, a small bit, but it is something that, one hopes that contributes to organizations that have a more precise remit on this issue, which is fundamental for everybody. It's really strategic. And to organizations that have a bigger funding, in assisting, on these worldwide global problems. Thank you very much again for the opportunity and the patience.
Thank you very much, Alessandro Politi. We can go now to one of the global goals, also about safety and stability, but one of the global goals on climate is to triplicate the renewable energy before 2030. And now we have a new initiative, which is a local goal connected in the frame of global goal for the Mediterranean, which is the local goal to get 1 terawatt of energy, of clean energy, by 2010, with the TerraMed initiative, which is a cooperation with different countries for the Mediterranean, and is an action that brings together North and South, and Giulia Giordano can tell all us about it, and is a real concrete first action on this. So Giulia.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Romana, for the invitation, and thanks to RAI, not just for being here and reporting back to Italy about what's happening at COP, but also for being an active agent here, contributing to the discussion, especially on this topic of the Mediterranean region, which is very dear to me and to my organization, ECHO. So let's go back to the TerraMed, and thank you so much for the opportunity to tell you about this wonderful initiative. We as ECHO are working together with a growing number of organizations from both shores of the Mediterranean. So it's not just an Italy-led, but it's really a bottom-up initiative with partners, think tanks like us, foundations, but also representatives of industry, green energy industry, to support a request, which is a very clear request. It's 1 terawatt of renewable energy as a target for the Mediterranean region by 2030. This is the first time we are seeing a bottom-up initiative asking for regional implementation of a global target. So this marks a very important shift from global ambition, the one we all agreed to in Dubai last year. We agreed to triple renewable energy worldwide. And here it's a very concrete and practical response coming from the region. So it's a initiative thought by Mediterranean people for the Mediterranean people, with Mediterranean governments, institutions, and of course with the support of all other organizations that believe in our vision. We already received the support of the Union for the Mediterranean, and we are very grateful for this, but also by IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and the Global Renewable Alliance, which is the largest alliance of green industry in the world. Because they see this shift from global to regional, a very concrete opportunity to implement ambition. So it can seem like a very ambitious goal, saying 1 terawatt in the region by 2030, but it actually is very much possible. It's actually a very much low-hanging fruit that we can take and start building on for creating stability and prosperity in the region. We produced a study this year, just released, together with our partners RAI, which is a regional center for renewable energy and energy efficiency based in Cairo, but active across the Arab world, and Imal Initiative, another Moroccan partner of ours. And we did this study analyzing what is the potential for renewable energy and for energy market integration in the region. And the numbers are wonderful. They're really huge. The potential is up to 4.5 terawatt in just part of the region. And what is really astonishing is most part of the potential is in the southern shore of the Mediterranean. And this is because there is a clear, uneven distribution of renewable energy development across the two shores, where southern European countries really benefited from policies like the Green Deal to promote renewable energy development. The good news is that today, even without supporting mechanism, even without supporting measures for renewable energy is now the most convenient option. And this thanks to lowering costs of solar and wind technologies. And North African countries have up to 3.5 potential of renewable energy, solar and wind, which is huge. Of course, there are challenges. It's not just so easy. To implement this target, we need to reform all the regulatory conditions to make it more attractive for investment. We need really to work on the governance, and we need to work also on the physical infrastructures. We need to modernize grids, build storage capacity, and build interconnection to favor exchange in the region. This can be addressed partially by international cooperation in the region. But to do that, we need a vision. So far, all kinds of initiatives in the region to promote renewable energy, they are kind of uncoordinated. We need to have a strategy, a long-term vision, which will lead not just to the deployment of renewable energy, but will lead to proper empowerment of the Mediterranean region. This means having a vision. And we believe that the TerraMed vision can give this framework of action. We, also according to our study, by the way, I just do a little bit of advertisement here, where you can download this brochure from our website. In our study, we see that the benefits of cooperation on renewable energy are incredible. They can unlock investments up to $700 billion in the region. They can create up to 3 million jobs opportunities. So, and on top of that, there is a great benefit in terms of cut of emissions, 600 millions of tons of CO2 emissions cut. So the benefits are incredible. On the other side, if we fail to promote a just energy transition in the region through initiatives like the TerraMed, the risks are very high, because this region was very much well described earlier. We can see different layers of risks: climate risks, tensions and conflicts that are persistent, and there is a new layer of risk that we can add to that, which are all those risks deriving from a failed or not well managed energy transition. We have fossil fuel producing countries in the region. What's going to happen to those countries who highly depend on fossil fuel revenues once their market will not require gas anymore? like it's happening in Europe,
We
where
have to
the
think
gas.
about it, yeah.
Yes, so we have to think about it. The risk of a traumatic decarbonization can be very high. So we need to manage, and we need to give a framework for an energy transition, and initiatives like the TerraMed that are really much thought from the ground can give this opportunity. And just one last thought. We're here representing the Mediterranean region, not just because in the Mediterranean climate, in the climate space, there is no voice. And I think we are providing this voice for the Mediterranean countries here. But I think also because we can provide an example. We can lead by an example. In the Mediterranean region coexist countries that belong to different continents and belong to different groups that today here, they are negotiating and they don't find an agreement. So Europe, Africa, Middle East, so Asia. The Mediterranean has the opportunity to show that there is a way to cooperate on clean energy between Global South and Global North. And the Mediterranean can be an example to other regions in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. So a strategy and an example. And so despite the very unhappy moment, there are some good news, and this brings me again to Gramenos, because I heard Gramenos say that investment in renewable energy are starting to create profit, are starting to be interesting. Gramenos have been studying this all his life, I think. So do we have any hope for the future? Since, as people say, follow the money, it seems in this case could be positive.
Yes, absolutely. But before getting into that, let me react to the words of Professor Bianchi, who pointed out some aspects which are absolutely fundamental and with whom I agree 200%.
Yes, thank you.
He established a relationship between climate and peace. The mandate of my organization is not to take care of climate. It is to remove the root causes of conflicts in the Mediterranean. So the way we found as more efficient to obtain this objective is to encourage, foster, and protect the renewable and sustainable transition. For two reasons, especially in what concerns climate. One is very visible, but it is superficial. Climate change is already taking a toll on the stability of the region. Few people remember that the Arab Springs have a climate change component because they were accelerated by a period of food hyperinflation that also had a climate cause. The Syrian revolution has a climate component. It was encouraged and accelerated by 4 years of drought that drove 1.8 million people away from the countryside to backing the cities. But avoiding this kind of episodes of destabilization is just the tip of the iceberg. The connection is very deep. As Professor Bianchi rightly pointed, it doesn't make sense to have sustainability only about environment. I don't have really the time to explain it, but please believe me, it is true. What happens is that whenever you protect the environment, structurally, you redistribute income. You build justice. And this is one aspect of very deep fragility of our region. Our region is exposed to climate change not only because the impacts are very severe, but also because it is very asymmetric. It is a place of rich and poor, and also a place that, as a consequence, has opposed demographic trends. So what Julia was saying goes way beyond the episode of energy. If we put together our forces, because the European Union wants to decarbonize by 2050, but it's quantitatively impossible without relying on the solar potential of the South and on the wind potential of the Balkans, not only we create decarbonization, but we create justice, because in such an investment, there is a cascade of Keynesian co-benefits that tend to rebalance this asymmetry between rich and poor. And as a consequence, you also try to rebalance the asymmetry in demographic trends. And coming to your question, yes, I will express an opinion which is maybe not too popular at the COP. I think that people overestimate the COP. The COP is the moment in which states coordinate themselves, but state cannot do everything. You cannot impose sustainability top-down through an agreement of states. If it's not understood by society, if it's not taken as a goal by economy that starts to resist it because it considers sustainability as a burden, an injection of costs that take away competitivity and this kind of things, there is no emperor in the world that can impose a transition. But what's happening is really interesting. Although I heard a couple of days ago from Professor Giovannini that there is a momentary disinvestment by big portfolios in ESGs, the trend that we are witnessing over a longer period, but not too long, I'm talking about since the beginning of this century, is very encouraging. In fact, we are witnessing the largest portfolio shift in history. At the beginning of the century, in the big portfolios, less than 1% of the investment had a qualification of sustainability, be it ESG or something different. Today, it's around 28%. It's huge. And the declared intent is to get up to 60%. And this is not only to save the world, but it is because there is the awareness that a sustainable investment generally tends to have better returns, be more solid, and last longer. Again, I don't have the time to get into the reasons why. Now, this is exactly what is happening in our intent to build a Mediterranean energy community centered on renewables. I would like to recall that together with TerraMed that we helped launch on this occasion, there is also a parallel effort that we are leading together with the European Commission, especially DG, and it's part of the mandate of the new Commissioner for the Mediterranean, which is called TMED, a big effort to connect all the energy systems and markets, to which I heard the Director General of DG saying that they are planning to devote 70% of their budget. And in that, we represent the platforms where all this game is spent. But even if there was all the financing from the European Commission, all the goodwill from the governments, but economy does not follow, there's nothing much to be done. Economy follows. We have the sensation that the money is there. We cannot start very quickly because there are some obstacles, some bottlenecks to overcome. For instance, we don't have a uniform legal and technical standards set in our area, but we are working on that. But the money is there. And the fact that the money is there, sorry if I quote Karl Marx, although I'm not a Marxist, I think he said one thing which is very right. He said that the economy is the structure, all the rest is superstructure. If the economy follows, and we know that they're following, because some 5 years ago, the cables to bring renewable energy from the south to the European markets, which were considered seriously, were less than 10. Today, there are more than 250. And the money to lead these studies doesn't come from the states. It comes from the private sector, sometimes helped by the state, but it comes from the private sector. Gives me the hope that things might really change. But we have to be very, very quick. There is another data that was not too highlighted in this financial COP. Scientists are crying. We are very close to a certain threshold of carbon dioxide concentration, beyond which the regulation of the climate system will start to accelerate exponentially because of some feedback loops. We cannot allow that. If we get into that, no ordinary effort can protect us.
Yeah, cooperation and strategies and money. So the new, what do you, if I can ask you, what do you think about the BOTSA, the first BOTSA of this COP? Are they talking about public and private money and bank, multilateralism bank? What do you think? It's going to be a long negotiation.
Well, no, it's I admit that this is magical thinking, but if I recall my experience, normally the COPs that came out with the best results were the ones in which 2 days before everybody was saying that it was a failure. So I really hope it's the same this time. Sometimes we concentrate attention on the single popular issue which is in the spotlight. But parallel to the big negotiations about a quantitative determination of the amount of this finance, there are many progresses which are going on and which go unreported because they are difficult to understand, because they are ancillary, but still they are very important. I wouldn't be too worried if this time we don't come out with a precise indication of amounts. Something spectacular has already happened. We had the G20 say that we have to scale up from billions to trillions, and we have the new documents that start considering trillions. You know, when we started this adventure, we were talking about the Green Climate Fund, and it seemed an absolutely unachievable idea to inject $100 billion a year. Now, maybe we don't agree if it says to be 2 trillion, 1 trillion, or 1.5, but we're starting to talk trillions. And it's not our friends from the activist world that are saying it must be trillions. It's the governments that are saying it must be trillions, and it's the government from the north and the governments from the south. So even if the text is not finalized with a precise number, a big leap forward has been made.
We have a direction, you mean? We consolidate a direction. Okay, thank you, Gramenos. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. But does somebody want to ask some question from the audience? Or, I'm sorry. Yeah. She will show me first some. I was distracted.
Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am Dunia Khouri. I'm a founder and president of NGO in Lebanon. And at the same time, I'm a member of the Weekend Initiative of the FAO, which is putting together women from the South to exchange experience, to support, for training. And so I have the chance to be on the Mediterranean seaside. I have the chance to build the bridge the European countries, and in my all my road in building this NGO and the center of the NGO, I build a lot of partnership with different organizations, with Italian organization, with French, I have a lot of projects which are regrouping different countries. Now we have a Prima project with regrouping different countries of the Mediterranean countries. So it is a big opportunities to collaborate, to have projects together, and I have a chance to be here. I participated in different COPs. I've been in COP 15. We work on the action plan for women, because I want we need to have women on all this process. And when we are speaking about energy, and we have to include women in all our projects that we are going on. On my side, we already work on energy, renewable energy, because we were stressed to do it because we don't have the electricity, you know, with the economic crisis in Lebanon and now the war. And so we make our projects on renewable energy, solar renewable energy. And but the question is, later on, the cost is high, it's still high. Not everybody has the possibility to do it. I get the possibility to get funds from the EU. I built a project about the role of women in tourism, rural tourism, and they support us to have renewable energy for our guest houses and our center where we are in the Bekaa Valley, where we are very close to Baalbek. And you know, Baalbek is the Roman temple for the sun, for the sun god, you know. So sun is all over the year. We have 300 days of sun, and when we speak about energy, we have to think first for the sun. So we have it, but we have to manage to have this clean energy. And it's a lot of solutions now. You know, I went through the. I went through the exhibition. It's an organization. They are making something for cooking for women on solar energy. So it is a lot of solutions, and we can link together. We can do it better, you know. And yesterday I was really very impressed by I've been at the FAO because we are a member of the Weekend Initiative of the FAO. I've been there, and it was a presentation about atoms for food. So it's very new concept. Because of climate change, they are thinking how to make the short time to grow the crops, and so it is all the people are thinking about renewable energy, about clean energy. So I'm really very delighted to be here to hear you, to know about this, about your interest, and thanks to the professor that he said about linking, collaborating.
The country all together.
Yes,
all the country involved need to cooperate.
We have the same problems, you know. We have a lot of load now because...
Just to build on what this lady just said, today is the Gender Day, so I just wanted to remember. So it's important to promote actively women participation in this kind of fora. So thank you for reminding us.
Lebanese women actually are really strong, and they're doing a lot, and we are very close to Lebanon now, and all countries involved need to cooperate and need to implement the collaboration. Coordinate, implement the collaboration, and multilateralism must prevail. Let's say that must prevail. And talking about Baalbek, we are worried and we are thinking about it from Yemen. Since this,
we have also different road that is linking Lebanon to Europe. Since the Roman Empire, we have the Via Appia Baalbek, which is going from Rome to Puglia through the Mediterranean road.
Really connected. Like Michelangelo Pistoletto yesterday showed us, he saw the Mediterranean like a table with a lot of different chairs and with a lot of different guests.
Connecting.
I thank you very much, everybody. Yes, thank you very much. I'm so sorry. I need to give the word to another speaker we have, Claudio Capon. We presented him before, and he has been waiting for us.
It's enough.
I apologize, Claudio Capon. If you can, please, the word is on to Claudio Capon.
Okay.
Here. Welcome. I'm so sorry. We missed.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. COPEAM is the Association of the Audiovisual Players of the Mediterranean, founded around 30 years ago in order to foster cooperation and mutual understanding about the media actors of the region. For us, environmental sustainability and climate change have been priority issues for a long time now, since when I would say these issues were not at all perceived as priorities, unfortunately. The reason for our commitment to ensure that media, and especially public ones, deal more and better with these issues are various, of course, but I would like to mention mainly two. First of all, it's essential, according to us, that environmental issues play a central role in the public debate in our region, because the Mediterranean, as it has been said, is dramatically exposed to the impact of climate change, more probably than other regions. But also, and for us even more important, our mission has always been to try to build up a community of media professionals in an environment, the Mediterranean, which in itself is a complex microcosmos of diversities, cultural, religious, political, social, and sometimes, unfortunately, as we see, of conflicts. And in such sensitive scenario, of course, dealing with climate change can also serve as a kind of common and unifying challenge that can push forward the cooperation and mutual exchange and understanding among the operators, among the media operators. Talking about climate and sustainability requires a cross-cutting collective effort, for which the information sector, science domain, local institutions, as well as international organizations, must team up, understand each other, talk to each other, and exchange skills. Only in this way we can influence people's feelings and activate an indispensable cultural change. The search for a dialogue between different sectors and interlocutors is at the very heart of our mission and of our way of working. It was what today we would say a multi-stakeholders approach. The first awareness-raising international training activities for journalists that we conducted were carried with the United Nations agencies, such as IFAD, which is an associate of COPEAM, and with some international research institutions. For several years, we also activated a partnership with European Investment Bank, and finally we launched distance learning project with universities, building bridges between different actors and different institutions has always been the way in which we try to work. Climate change is, of course, a very complex and potentially divisible issue, with strong technical component, with many implications from agriculture, public health, energy policies, migration, employment, biodiversity, etc. Today's media's approach to this topic, too often too similar to that of social platforms, risk to generate an excess of simplification and even to produce disinformation, so reducing the public debate to the pure clash of factions and fan clubs. That's what our TV talk shows love so much. The challenge, therefore, is to create a media narrative that is, first of all, serious, in-depth, not episodic, ethically rigorous, based on transversal and multidimensional competence. This objective can be achieved, and we try to achieve it, by giving journalists training, study opportunities, by intensifying dialogue and collaboration between the media and the scientific community for the benefit of the quality of information. On the other hand, however, being media, we think that if you really want to reach the public, stimulate the critical thinking and involve it, it's also necessary that this narration is also effective and creative, capable of capturing attention or catching the reader or the viewer through concrete stories that move curiosity, empathy, or inspiration, in a way to give body and voice to the cold data and difficult words of the scientific, economic, political world, always keeping the professionalism that is needed in such domain. I therefore believe that Germany must try every tool and language that can strengthen the effectiveness of the message, from photojournalists, graphics, to documentaries, reels on social media, etc. And even the entertaining and creative content can also give a positive contribution to dissemination and awareness, which is what we need now about this issue. In conclusion, accompanying our countries, our cities, our communities towards a more sustainable future require today more than ever exchange, listening, cooperation between different sectors and professionals, so that each skill of one strengthens that of another. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You say more than ever. Let's hope that is going to happen. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry we were so late. If there are questions from the audience. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mediterranean and RAI and Claudio Capon, Professor Bianchi, everybody who has participated to this panel, and Giulia and ECHO, the think tank of climate. Thank you.
Are we on? Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and honor to be here with you today. So we would like to welcome all our participants, distinguished representatives of the countries, Croatia, Montenegro, Morocco, Tunisia, our partners, GVP Med, Plan Bleu, and the Ocean and Climate Platform. We are here, WWF. We are here to present you actually the results of one JEF-funded project, SECF. But this is also a platform for us for a follow-up project. So we will show you some cases which are part of this project. We will show you some other cases, and we would like then to have a brainstorming with you about the activities that may actually accelerate the coastal adaptation around the Mediterranean. So first I will be introducing you in our topic, and then we will have two short presentations, which will be then followed by the panel with all our distinguished representatives from the countries. I would also like to welcome all our online followers and the guests. And let's move. I would like to present you our UNEP map system, in the framework of which we are preparing and implementing these activities. So we have now 8 regional activity centers, each one in the different country and dealing with the different topics. So this system will be 50 years old next year, so we are kind of already in the celebrating our anniversary. We were founded on the basis of the Barcelona Convention and its 7 protocols. The 7th last one is the ICZM protocol, which is our legal foundation for the activities that we are implementing here. As we all know, the percentage of the coastal built-up is quite high compared to the general percentage of the built-up in average. So here you can see these developments since 1975 until 2015, the latest data which we had in this study, which are showing that in some countries these percentages are reaching up beyond 50%. So when we know that in Europe this is, although not the same methodology, but this percentage is less than 10, it's like 4 or 5%, then we can see how intensely are built actually our coastlines. And also we can see that this trend is not really stopping. In some countries it is not even slowing down, although we all know that the sea level is rising. If you wish, later on there are some publications which you may see on our desk in the Mediterranean Pavilion and that you may take. And among these is also the policy brief for investor in these low elevation areas, which is one of the results of this project. So I mentioned before ICZM protocol, and it is important because it gives the basis for the Mediterranean countries to work together, and it actually invites countries to prepare their national strategies, plans and programs. And the first of such kind was the coastal plan for the Šibenik-Knin county in Croatia. This one was developed from 2014 and 2015, and it was adopted in 2016 by the county of this region. It was later on awarded by the consortium of 5 French institutions in 2019. And it is interesting the catalytic effect, we may say, that this plan had in Croatia. Also in the Mediterranean, but in Croatia was maybe a nice representation. In the framework of the previous JEF project, we did this DIVA assessment. I mean, the consortium of scientists did assessment of the potential costs of the rising sea level. And this assessment showed that we have different regions in Croatia in which the population, the highest number of population is going to be damaged, or the costs compared based on the assessment on the assets that exist in this area or the land loss. So the highest number of population which will be damaged are those who are living in this bay, Kastella Bay, and this was a kind of impetus for these regions and the cities to develop their own coastal plans. So after the Šibenik-Knin county, another county in Croatia, this one of Split-Dalmatia county, prepared their coastal plan. And also one city of Kastella, the one that is here, and the river basin Jadro, river which is a source of potable water for Split and which is also has its estuary in this bay. So it's also interesting that all these plans were prepared by using different funds. So the county plan was prepared with their own financial resources, while two plans for the city and for the river basin were prepared with the EU projects and also initiated by the development agencies. So even as the subjects who were initiator of this activity, who implemented the activity, and as a source of funding, these were all different funds. And so these are some just some images and solutions from this Kastella Coastal Management Plan. And now another interesting thing from here is that in this county plan there was a governance mechanism foreseen, and this governance mechanism consisted, as you may see, from different bodies. And the existence of this governance mechanism and of the plan itself was a reason why this region was awarded and recognized as a demonstration region for this huge Horizon 2020 project. So now this region is a demonstrating region for 8 other regions in 10 countries in this very big project, in which we will now develop the nature-based solutions and try to replicate them all around this county. So this catalytic kind of effect and this story is something we wanted to show to you as an inspiration for now when we will be presenting 2 new plans and when we will be discussing the potential future activities. So as you may know, we as a PAPRAC, we have been implementing coastal area management programs for more than 30 years. We have implemented one in almost every Mediterranean country, and since 2014 with this JEF project CleanWire and ICZM, we are implementing coastal plans. So now there are not only our plans, but also the other plans that I mentioned, which were not implemented by us. We were just in the member of the advisory board. So this is actually, we are a very small center, and for us this is a perfect role to advise other regions and other subjects to prepare for adaptation and to actually also act for climate, because integrated approach which we are proposing is focused on adaptation in the coastal zones, but it also takes into account the mitigation as much as possible. Some of the lessons which my colleagues will later on tackle are the importance of the planning process in the preparation of these plans, of the process itself, then the crucial actually importance of co-development. We are developing these plans together with the authorities and with all other stakeholders who are participating in this intensive participatory process, through which we are actually building governance. And as I mentioned, integration is so important for us. So my colleague will continue, but maybe we got Ms. Mireille from the UN, from the UNEP. Ms. Mireille is the chief of the Adaptation and Resilience branch. It's a bit long, within the UNEP Climate Change Division. And so Mireille was supposed to open our event, but she came right now. So could you please say a few words, and then we'll continue with our presentations.
Sure, and thank you very much. I think flexibility and being delayed is a little bit the name of the game at the COP, so my sincere apologies. But I think it's also a great thing that I was able to listen to you before I gave those few remarks. First and foremost, to say that it's for UNEP, it's really important, and the Special Climate Change Fund under the JEF, which has provided the finance for this project, is is a source of fund that is no longer capitalized or very little. So we were very, very happy, I would say, to have managed to mobilize these resources, because the Mediterranean region is one of the regions that is most among the most vulnerable to climate change. And now with the next round of nationally determined contributions coming up, we see that water shortages are disrupting agriculture production. Water shortages are also disrupting tourism with water quotas that are being put in place. But increasingly, we're seeing that that water shortages are also and increased evapotranspiration are also impacting the potential of hydropower generation. And so that interface that you mentioned between mitigation and adaptation is really key to take forward. If I had maybe 3 pleas to the audience and to the region and to the center as well. Number 1 is really not to dissociate mitigation and adaptation as we used to do, because particularly in that region, we see how intrinsically connected they are. Number 2, take as much advantage as you can from this project to do all the underlying studies, because what we see happening under the negotiations as well is that there's a provision for 20% capitalization of the least developed countries fund with very limited resources under the special climate change fund, and the countries of the region are mostly middle income countries that don't qualify to the LDCF. The second proportion of resources is going to the GCF, and the adaptation fund is not for the time being included in those provisions, and the adaptation fund would be one that the Mediterranean region can access. And so it's really key that you build as much as possible on this project to do the underlying studies and to see what are the investments going forward. And maybe last message is, we're seeing also increasing wildfires across the region. We're seeing increasing desiccation of natural ecosystems. And so where it is possible to combine gray and green infrastructure, where it is possible to restore nature, restore forests around dams, infrastructure, that's not only for the sake of nature, but it's also for the sake of preserving those infrastructures, making sure that they are operating properly, reducing siltation loads in dams, and really as an insurance policy for both the society and the economy. So those would be my 3 key messages. And thank you again and very much for this fantastic collaboration with the center and with the different countries. I do also invite you to share all of these lessons with other countries that are dealing with integrated coastal zone management, with invasive species, and with the dynamics that you have, because you're much more advanced than others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the 3 messages. They were really great and very appreciated from our side. I can mention that we have been as a center funded by Jeff for the last 15 years, and we are continuously building on the previous experiences, and we have just opened a website on these Jeff funded projects where all these studies will be available. So next one to speak will be our colleague Tamara Brajovic. She's the acting director from the General of the Directorate for Nature Protection in the Montenegrin Ministry of Tourism, Ecology, Sustainable Development and the Northern Region Development. It's a very long name, but our case was a Boka Kotorska Coastal Management Plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daria. First of all, I want to say big thank you to all of our partners, especially for PAPRAC, UNEP-MED program, and Plan Blue, of course. And it's my great pleasure, and I'm honored to behalf of our ministry to represent one of our maybe most of best results in a good regional collaboration. And I also want to highlight the regional regional collaboration in this program and project, especially in terms of protecting the Mediterranean ecosystem and coastal zone, based on adaptation on the impacts of the climate change. As you can see here, our country is ratified the ICZM protocol in 2012 year, and based on Article 18, we adopted the national ICZM strategy in 2015 year. National ICZM strategy definitely called for the pilot plan on adapting to the climate change impacts of for a sub-national area, and how we can see based on strategic goal 2.4. And we are based on the scientific results and researchers. We are agreed to choose the Boca Bay like one of the more valuable and vulnerable space because it's under the impacts of the floods, storm surges, and forest fire with urbanization urbanized coastline, and unfortunately, I have to say that this region in our country is in the last 20 years in very big urbanization pressure, and this space of Boka Kotorska Bay is shared by the three local municipalities, Kotor, Tivat, and Herceg-Novi. As I said, and as I mentioned, these results of our plan, is results by the very good collaboration before in one side the expert team, which made of very good local and national experts, and in another side all process was verified by the other stakeholders, and I can say all stakeholders which are involved in the topics, and we can say that we had here our ministry, the Ministry of the Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, the Agency for the Environmental Protection, Hydrometeo Institute, and a lot of NGOs. All, of course, all process is led by PAPRAC and Plan Blue Climate Gene. And I want to emphasize that throughout the whole process is like we are had include all NGOs and other, and we provide a lot of interviews and collaboration with representatives of the local municipality, or generally I can say the local stakeholders. Boka Kotorska Bay Plan is a co-development with a very good approach, and we agreed, or expert team is agreed after researches and after a lot of after first workshop which held in December in the 2020 first year. They decide to prioritize the following topics, and how, as you can see here, we have developed the plan throughout the special development and transportation, water supply and wastewater, waste management, sustainable tourism, marine environment and governance, and of course we had climate change like a transversal issue, because how, as I said, this space and this bay is under the pressure of the climate change impacts. here we have like results, or of course the data, and in terms of the climate change, here we have the data that we can expect by the 2040 that temperature will increase around 2 Celsius during the summer. Number of consecutive dry days will increase 5 to 10%, and risk in the heat stress and forest fires. And also by the 2040, total precipitation could decrease for about 5%. And however, an increase in autumn and winter flash floods is expected. And in the end, sea level rise, we can expect that sea level rise and storm surges will impact urbanized areas at the coastal line. I think that one of the most important results of this plan for us, especially in the coastal zone, is a lot of recommendation which we get from the plan, and the measures are grouped in a few groups, and you can see here the measure by the coastal flooding mitigation measure, adopting the maritime environment example throughout the protected Posidonia oceanica, throughout the bow to put it the boat. Increase of green areas in enhance soil permeability, like green roof or etc. The afforestation and etc. And okay, I know maybe later we can talking about what are the next steps in to develop the action plan under this plan.
Thank you, Tamara. So now Ante will take over in presenting you the coastal plan for Morocco, and also in leading our panel.
And I took her microphone. So, thank you, Tamara. Thank you, Daria. I will just introduce shortly our work in Morocco and development of the coastal plan for the region Tanger, Tetuan Al Hoceima. Morocco is a key example in the work we're doing because of the national coastal law that has been adopted in Morocco in 2015, which says that every region in the country should develop its own coastal plan, which of course facilitates our work a lot. And after the region of Rabat, Tanger, Tetuan Al Hoceima is the second region that develops a coastal plan, which is a strategic document with a lifespan of 20 years. It's based on the participatory planning, and the region is chosen for the mix of the natural risks, and it's a huge economic hub in the country with the Tanger Med port, and is very densely populated, which of course increases vulnerability and exposure. The participatory planning also helped us develop the first the area of the coastal zone intervention, which, as you may see on this map, is an area well designated, but it took us more than 1 year just to establish which municipalities would be in the coastal planning document. Just like Tamara presented for Montenegro, we are doing something, we were following the same approach. Collaboration between our expert team in Paprak and the colleagues from the region of Tanger Tetuan Al Hoceima, in addition to collaboration with our partners from Plan Blue, sociologists, land use, land cover team, GWP Med, We were based on the. We collaborated mainly with key institutions from the region. The main one is Regional Directorate for the Environment, which is the regional Ministry of Environment in Morocco. But we had a full list of more than 65 institutions as the key stakeholders, which were represented by the Regional Commission of the Integrated Management of the Coastline, which was clearly established by the law, by the regional valley. And we followed the same approach in 5 steps for coastal planning, always comparing and confronting, let's say, expert knowledge and stakeholder participation. We came up with several priorities for the region, for the coastal plan, which are urbanism and spatial planning, socioeconomical issues, risks and pollution, water and governance. Question of water is we did not touch it deeply, although water is the key, because we are working with GWP-Med and UNESCO on this topic. Climate change was a transversal issue throughout those components of the plan. And I wanted to take just a short, I wanted you to have just a short look in this maps. We prepared atlas or a set of maps for the region. Each one of us here at COP and here in this pavilion know the what are the stakes regarding the temperature and precipitation. A region of Tanger, Tétouan, Al Hoceima is experiencing and will be experiencing even more flash floods and but also drought in a longer term. And our experts helped develop the maps that show which areas are particularly vulnerable to floods, which is the second big, for example, the second biggest city of the region, Tétouan. And based on the work on the risks, the experts, in collaboration with stakeholders that were engaged in the preparation of the plan, developed a set of adaptation measures that in PAPRAC we always try to group into 3: societal, green and gray, but they often need to be mixed in a hybrid form. And we are deeply, indeed promoting the establishment of a coastal setback zone, which in the country of Morocco was in 2022 even advised by the Socioeconomic Council that the cities should think of withdrawing and removing from the coastline minimum 100 meters. Then green measures like river restoration and rehabilitation, not only in the case of the river of Oued Martil, but also a very famous lagoon, Smir, that our colleagues from WWF have the expertise on and work on. And gray measures like dikes and quays that have to be put in the region. And all of this brings me to let's say, to the 5th step of our process, which is realizing our vision. And first of all, we spent, let's say, 2 years to come up with a vision, and now we have like 20 years to realize the vision, because there's a big challenge of governance. That's, let's say, societal political measure. We need to improve it, establish a model that fits the region. In addition to informing not only citizens but also policymakers and raising awareness, promoting research and our collaboration with the Regional University of Abdelmalek Essadi, ensuring monitoring of implementation success, and adopting ICZM as an adaptive approach to climate change-related coastal risks. I would like to keep you here with this slide while I invite you, dear panelists, to join here at stage so that we can immediately continue our discussion after this introductory presentation. So, Daria already introduced Ms. Tamara Brajovic. Please, Tamara, join us here. After Ms. Brajovic, I would like to invite Ms. Višnja Grgasovic, who is a head of the sector for financing, implementation and monitoring of greenhouse gas emission reduction at the Croatian Ministry of Environment. Thank you, Ms. Then I would like to invite Mr. Salaheddin Ait Bella, who is a head of monitoring and evaluation of international cooperation projects in the Ministry of the Environment in Morocco. And our fourth national partner is Mr. Mehdi Ben Haj, a director of coastal planning and rehabilitation at the Tunisian Coastal Protection and Planning Agency. After our four countries, I would like to introduce also our regional international partners. Among us is Professor Michael Skoulos, please, a chair of the Global Water Partnership Mediterranean, our valuable partner in both of the MED programs, CP 2.1 and SECF. And this is not all. We have two partners online. I don't know if we can see them. Or they see us. Yes, great. So it's France calling, both of them. First to the left is our partner in both of the projects, Michael Karner, program manager at Plan Bleu RAC, who is connecting from Marseille, as you may see the calanques in the background. And we have a Paris calling, Mr. Théophile Bongard, head of coastal adaptation at Ocean and Climate Platform. Thank you, Michael and Théophile, to be with us online, but also thanks to all participants who are following our event via the Mediterranean Pavilion YouTube channel. So, I want to start with the questions. Directly to our country's representatives and partners. What activities carried out at your national level for adaptation in coastal areas are, and how do you think that the coastal adaptation could be accelerated?
Okay, thank you so much of the opportunity to be the part of this panel. Yes, I want to say that always this very important topics is challenging for us. And throughout this project and this program, and throughout the process of preparing this very important plan, we provide a lot of collaboration, and especially in the topics of the RAI's awareness, I think, in the local municipality, in the coastal zone, in all coastal zone, and especially when we're talking about the topics space of Boca Bay. Now, I think that it's very important to provide the next steps through this plan. If we talk about the measures which we get through the plan, which are too important to minimize and to adaptate on the climate impacts in one side and protect the Mediterranean and the coastal zone and the ecosystem, I think that it's too important to provide the next steps to close the developed action plan. And I think that we have to provide the monitoring and based on more practical implementation of the measures. I want to emphasize, if we're talking about the Montenegro, that we have to provide the situation where we must to have the process in a planning process to provide that taking into account all the measure in process of planning, because we have, as I mentioned earlier, we had a situation when we are in urbanistic pressure, and if we're talking now when we are in the process of the preparing the special plan of the state, I think that it's this recommendation and this plan plays the very crucial role if we talking about to knowledge for all of us to taking into account in a special planning. Usually when we have a big problem with the capacity in the local municipality, and because that time in first I mentioned the rise awareness, how is important now with all the climate change impacts, we must provide the improved process for our side to protect the coastal zone and the all coastal zone, not only for the Boca Bay, also for the coastal zone in the totally of the Montenegro.
Thank you, Tamara. Jumping directly to Višnja, could you please, Višnja, share with us the experience from Croatia in terms of adaptation efforts? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So for a long period of time we were dedicated to mitigation, and lots of experts in our ministry were dealing with that, and the only one experts were dealing with adaptation measures. I wanted to say, yeah, we were dedicated to mitigation. And then in our we developed adaptation strategy in 2020, it was adopted, and then in Climate Change Act we introduced that all sectorial documents have to be aligned with the adaptation strategy, but also with the low carbon strategy. And in the Climate Change Act that we changed and is in government process of adoption, we introduced that all strategic documents and other sectorial documents should be to pass climate proofing in order they introduce climate risk assessment, vulnerability assessment, also adaptation measures. We are included in the climate proofing process itself for all founded projects. We provide trainings and educational materials, and we would like to achieve that all investments would be less risky and more resilient to climate change. Also in our climate law we've got provision that on the local level all counties, capital Zagreb and big cities, they should develop mitigation and adaptation programs. They have to implement them, and in order to provide help, we provide financing of those programs and develop of the programs and their implementation reporting. And also we modernize our meteorological network, kind of 410 stations, ground stations, buoys, radars, in order to succeed to be able to trace climate and to monitor climate change, and also enable providing of the warnings in the case of extreme weather events. In order to provide overall succeed in adaptation, we are establishing National Adaptation Center, Climate Center, and because we would like to increase and research and education and overall implementation of the measures and succeed greater resilience in Croatia.
National Adaptation Center. Thank you very much. This is a food for thought for National Adaptation adaptation centers. Mr. Salah, could you please introduce us the Moroccan efforts that go beyond the coastal plan that I just introduced? Thank you.
Thank you, Ante. I think you have already presented the small overview of what Morocco is doing in terms of the adaptation of the coastal zones. What I can add to what you said is that the Tangier, Tétouan, Al Hoceima region is a particular region because we have a part of the coast which is in the Mediterranean and another part which is in the Atlantic coast. So it has circumstances that are a little bit challenging from province to province. In terms of national efforts that are being undertaken in the law, you already presented, as you said, the provisions from of the law dictate that all coastal regions have to put in place a special coastal adaptation or coastal zone plan. And I can also add to that that the law that has been enacted in 2015 also has a point on prohibiting construction within a 100-meter buffer zone, and also promotes the integrated coastal zone management approach as well, and incorporating climate adaptation measures into planning processes, which I think is very important in terms of planning and long-term effect on the coastal zones. Also in terms of the strategic frameworks. In Morocco, we have the national plan for the integrated coastal management and the national strategy for sustainable development, which is the overarching framework of sustainable development, let's say, actions and practices in Morocco, which embeds coastal adaptation into broader sustainability goals at the national level. In addition to that, Morocco is very active in terms of international and regional cooperation on projects and programs directed to the protection of coastal zones. Like you know, Morocco, like other countries here with me in the panel, and other fellow African countries, is a vulnerable country. The Mediterranean region is, if you read the reports, all the reports, the Mediterranean region is the most vulnerable region in the world. The African continent also is one of the most vulnerable continents in the world. So international and regional cooperation is key as well in implementing all strategies at the national but also at the local level. In Morocco we believe that fostering and empowering nature-based solutions can be a good lever in terms of implementing and protecting our coastal zones for people and for biodiversity and for also economic activities as well. For instance, I can say that mangroves and dune restoration can be a good example of the nature-based solutions approach in Morocco. Also, one thing that I personally find very important is community involvement. In the region you presented earlier, fishery is a very important source of income for a lot of families in the region. And if we go back 100 or 150 years ago, people were adopting sustainable practices before without even knowing it. And today, with the industrialization, I think we should go back 150 years back and adopt more sustainable practices in terms of fisheries, but also in terms of the tourism sector as well. In Morocco, we are trying to promote ecotourism, eco-lodges, and green tourism in general as well. I'm sorry if I have to read, it's the end of the day. I'm sure I'm not the only one who is very tired. at the end of the day, but also we are almost at the end of COP.
With all the negotiations still ongoing.
I hope we will have a new NCQG by the end of the negotiations. Well, an ambitious one. What I can add is we also try to leverage research and development. Actually, it goes into two categories. It's one of the activities that are being implemented in terms of data collection and data availability, but it's also a challenge because we believe that the availability of real-time live data can also be let's say, a great tool for decision making, for effective decision making, and also for impactful actions in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this broader view on Moroccan activities. We are constantly focused in our work in the region, Tanger, Tetuan, Al Hoceima, and then we forget that the country is way bigger than that region, although it's already so densely populated and has bigger population than our whole country, which Croatia. So when we are developing small regional management plans in Croatia, we always, and then compare with our work in Montenegro, tiny area, and then in Morocco, huge area, we always have to pay attention to this scale because we tend to forget it. On the map it looks way smaller than it is in the real life. Now I will jump to Mr. Mehdi. Just for your information, Mr. Mehdi organized 2 days ago a great event in the Tunisian room and on adaptation, and I'm happy to hear what are the highlights that he will that he will now present to all of you based on our exchange 2 days ago. Please, adaptation in Tunisia.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you to invite me with you here. So I work in the Coastal Protection Planning Agency, which under the Ministry of Environment. Our country decided to create this agency since 29 years ago, like the COPE. This is the result for a partnership with the United Nations Environment Program. That's why I don't know many of agencies like that in the Mediterranean area. It's a special one, and I think that we need to have agency like that for governance of the coasts, because it's very difficult to do. In the theoretical approach, we can write what you want, but in practice it's very different. Things are very difficult, and especially with people. So we, as I said, we worked now about 29 years on the coast. We have coasts with 2,300 kilometers. It's very long, and we have a lot of constructions near the sea on the coastline. Many problems of coastal erosions and accelerated erosions too now, because it's not the same speed. With the same speed, people can't make difference between mitigation and adaptation. Also, the decision makers can do it too. It's the reality. It's like that. We should make more efforts and to explain them this. Also, since 2008, we had the ICZM protocol, and this is the surprise, and this is the very powerful tool to to work with and to solve some problems, because it's always about land special planning and now about marine special planning too. And this area of interaction between land and sea, it's very difficult to solve, particularly when you don't have some advanced tool. Now we have the opportunity to have the GIS with all what we want. It's important to have the data, very important to do the job. Because when you want to explain and to convince some decision makers, you need the maps all the time, and you should make this. If not, you can't approach the goal. So you can speak with them about nature-based solution. Blue economy, all what you want, but the most important thing that they will understand you. If not, it will be a big problem. And now, other thing very important for us with worked with is to visit month to month the PAPRAC website. This is very important because you can find all the reports, all the studies for different countries, and to make the comparisons. And this is very important for me, because this let you see what other people do, what is the experiences. If it's the good one, we can repeat this. We have now very long experience with the PAPRAC. I personally started to work with PAPRAC since 2004, I think, and yes, we made a lot of work. It's very important. We use technology, many technologies to observe the coast, especially the satellite, and this is very important to know what is the reaction in the land, the reality. Sometimes you planify something, you can't approach your goal. Now we're still working on make some projects against coastal erosion to stop this phenomena. Yesterday, as you see, we should appreciate and evaluate the problems in the right time, not after, because it will be too late. That's why we have about 400 kilometers of sandy coasts in eroded stage, and this is a very big problem for us, and you will need to search money, and I think that we will not want to have the same thing with the elevation of seawater.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehdi. From Tunisia, who is so centrally placed in the Mediterranean, I want to jump to the whole Mediterranean basin. Professor Skoulos, please, could you give us an overview of the GWP Med's activities in terms of adaptation in the basin, as well as the collaboration that we're doing on VEF Nexus? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is, I don't know, it's a privilege and a challenge to be the last of the panel, in the sense that I have changed 3 times my mind of what I had to say. So the most, let me start from this meeting here. In this meeting here, we have there are 3, let's say, recognitions that adaptation and mitigation go together. They are the 2 sides of the same coin. There is a great, let's say, recognition of the value of biodiversity as part of the nature-based solutions that come with lower cost. The important part of the finances at the end of the day, where there were many other things. So among the other things is also the understanding of the water cycle as part of also the coastal management. And this is something on which we have started working GWP with PAPRAC many years ago, and UNESCO IHP with the integrative methodological framework, which has been accepted as guideline by the countries, but it has been forgotten a little bit. Now we come back to that because we understand that you cannot have what it was said, you cannot protect the coastal area and from floods or from droughts if you don't take that the water does not come from the coast, it comes from the sources. So you need to have the integrated coastal zone management together with the integrated water resources management, and as you said also the marine spatial planning. This is one aspect that we always as GWP promoted. The other one is the sectoral integration. This is the spatial integration. The other is the sectoral. We cannot plan or have implementation of coastal zone only by planners. If we, at the same time, we need to have the agriculture, depending on, or the tourism, or the, so the water and energy go together, we all know. These two are absolutely necessary for agriculture. And who is the victim? The ecosystems. So we need to bring in also the poor relative, and this is why we promote now the WIFE nexus, the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus, as an important part also for the planning and action at the coastal area. You need to have one integration on the sectors, the major sectors, which actually drive the economy, these sectors. By the way, yesterday I was in a totally different session with aviation, and they came with a solution. The solution are biofuel. Very well. But the biofuel are also in, at least you need synergy, if I don't say competition, with agriculture for the production of food. So indeed, we cannot solve problems in silos. So the main issue we promote as GWP is the full understanding. We know that it becomes even more complex, but the problems are complex, and we cannot solve complex problems with simple or simplistic approaches. Each sector solves. Agriculture comes and say, I need this and that without taking into account the rest. So it's better to start from the beginning, understanding also this issue. This is why, together with the Barcelona Convention, UNEP-MAP, the Union for the Mediterranean, and the EU, through the neighborhood policy, and I have also the privilege to be the team leader of the West program, came together, and we are preparing the strategy for WIFE, the regional strategy of WIFE. We are about to complete the first draft. We are going to hopefully to have both from the beginning, this is the agreement. Both COPs of the Barcelona Convention and of the UFM, the different ministers accepting the same document, and this will be the first time that we manage all the political bodies to go with the same. And we start already the action plan of that. In parallel to that, we have prepared within the project, the SCCF project, two important documents. Allow me also to read. The one is the methodological guidelines for preparing financial plans, and the second is, together with the EU WES, the assessment on private sector engagement for climate change adaptation in the Mediterranean. These documents are very well coordinated also with a new report of the UN Water, and there will be a discussion on that in Athens on the 2nd and 3rd of December, with emphasis on the private sector, because also this is the right moment that the countries prepare for the NAPs and all the documents that have been discussed, and is the right moment to encourage the private sector to take some very positive steps. I can say many more, but I think I have exhausted.
Thank you very much. You just mentioned the regional workshop in Athens on the 2nd and 3rd, and I suggest that we immediately ask one of the organizers of this regional workshop, Mr. Mikael, who is with us online, or Michael. I never managed to learn your name properly, although we are very close friends. So, Michael, we could, as you, just as a short introduction, as we presented Montenegro and Morocco, we showed that we have constant exchange between groups of experts and groups of stakeholders. This participatory approach in coastal planning is crucial, and we couldn't have done it without the support of the Michael Plan Blue's methodology on CliMagine. So, Michael, please, I want you to reflect on all of this, bearing in mind the adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ante. Good evening, dear colleagues. Greetings from Marseille, France. I hope you're still surviving at the COP in Baku. It's quite late, so I hope the few points I'm going to make will not finish you off, if you allow me. As Ante mentioned, we've been working as Plan Bleu, one of the regional activity centers of UNEP-MAP, to support all of the processes we've been talking about during this session up until now. What was our specific role in this effort? Well, at Plan Bleu, we try to act as an observatory of the environment and sustainable development at the regional level, using a number of maps and tools that you can consult online. And one of the things that we think is essential to further sustainability, resilience, and adaptation, amongst other things in the region, is participation, the involvement of populations, communities, decision makers, experts, companies at all levels of society, ranging from the local to the international. And I take the opportunity to thank all of the colleagues that are present who have been working in Morocco and Montenegro and at the regional level for this great work, and specifically our Moroccan and Montenegrin friends from the ministries. It was a great honor to work with you and see all of the expertise that you're deploying in the Western Balkans and Africa, acting as pioneers, I would say, on some approaches. We have tried to support your coastal planning efforts using what we call strategic foresight analysis. We've developed over the past 20 years, 24 years, a tool called CliMagine, imagining alternative futures for the Mediterranean based on a sober assessment of the current situation and the ongoing and worsening risks and impacts of climate change.
along with other man-made processes that are degrading both the ecosystems we depend on and our societies in some instances. We do this in support of the ICZM protocol of the Barcelona Convention through a set of integrated Climagine workshops. We gathered in both pilot sites, both in Morocco and Montenegro, several hundreds of participants over the past 3 years to engage them in a reflection on how their coastal zone is actually working. What is its current state? What are the main challenges? Which key sectors need to be targeted and focused on in order to reinforce resilience in the coastal zone and integrate in adaptation measures, based on an assessment of the climate trends that are ongoing. We're not just holding discussions, we're trying to turn participation into data, into knowledge. How do we do that? Over the course of the workshops, the suggestions of stakeholders in terms of prioritization are turned into sectoral sustainability indicators that reflect the current state of the coastal zone we're studying and the future state depending on a number of scenarios. We have a business as usual scenario where ongoing trends continue. According to French national policy, the national adaptation strategy, we're heading for +4 degrees by 2100. So the business as usual scenario is understandably catastrophic in the Mediterranean. We try to come up with an alternative scenario based on the suggestions of stakeholders. How can we implement adaptation measures, mitigation measures, nature-based solutions, and involve societies and communities in order to reinforce the capacity of their coastal zone and their home to resist the impacts of climate change. Now, I won't go into too much detail on this Climagine process, but the important thing is to understand that at the end, we come up with a sort of simple sustainability dashboard to monitor the evolution of the coastal zone with our indicators. And we also engage participants to provide strategic and operational recommendations, which are then proposed to be integrated into the official documents, the coastal plans. Now, zooming out, and I'll finish with this, I'd like to mention some other activities that we developed at Plan Bleu in collaboration with our esteemed partners from PAPRAC and GWP Med in the context of the MED program SCCF project. So we've been looking, of course, at nature-based solutions for coastal adaptation. We've been engaging communities and stakeholders to propose coastal adaptation solutions, which were then submitted to economic analyses, cost-benefit analyses, multi-criteria assessments. We're currently working, as Professor Skoulos and Ante mentioned, on the finance aspect of adaptation, engaging the private sector. As we know, we won't make it without private funding, as the UNEP 2024 Adaptation Gap Report clearly illustrates. And I want to spend just a minute on maybe one of the most important messages for me that came out of this work, the gender-sensitive aspect of adaptation. We produced climate risk assessments of both pilot sites in Morocco and Montenegro using the Coastal Risk Index local scale, produced by our friend Alessio Sata from previously the METSI Foundation and now WWF Mediterranean. What does this tell us? We integrated gender-sensitive data and sex-disaggregated data as far as it was available into our analyses, directly correlating climate risks and impacts with gender. What has this allowed us to do? It has allowed us to initiate work towards achieving a more granular and precise understanding of the specific context in which we're working in the pilot sites. Ante mentioned the importance of scale. We also have the importance of context. Once we understand how different populations are affected by climate risk impacts, we can tailor our solutions subsequently. In particular, if we're looking at women and men. Women and men are affected differently by the impacts of climate change. It's more difficult to flee from a flood or a forest fire if you're taking care of elderly people or a young child as a single mother. The way you're dressed can also impact your capacity to flee, etc., etc. Conversely, women and men present different coping capacities to climate change. In the Mediterranean, we observe that it's often women who know the most about seed selection, selecting the most drought-resistant or climate change-resistant seeds that can be used and redistributed for free and in a, let's say, non-commercial way into the communities that need this to ensure their food security and water security. This also concerns medicinal uses of plants, etc. in the region. Coping capacity is essential from a gender disaggregated point of view to understand how we develop inclusive adaptation policies in the coastal zone. So I will leave you with that. We need to engage everyone at all levels to co-create coastal adaptation solutions. I'm talking about women, youth, local communities. In the Mediterranean, we no longer have them, but in the world, I'm talking about indigenous communities as well, in order to provide and come up with both solutions for adaptation, but also checks and balances on anarchic coastal development in our region. Citizen science can also help us to turn participation into data that can then be used in the maps, which are crucial, as Mr. Benhaj mentioned. And all in all, how do we co-create solutions to contribute to what a dear friend and colleague calls the great work of our time? Mr. John D. Liu, I hope he's somewhere around there at COP talking about ecological restoration. The great work of our time, how do we restore ecological function at a large scale in the Mediterranean and beyond to ensure the sustainability and resilience of our communities. Thank you very much, and very honored to have participated.
Thank you very much, Michael, particularly for introducing the gender dimension of our work with regards to coastal adaptation. And there's one other point that I would like to have a reflection on, and Mr. Theophile is a perfect person to answer on this, which is the vertical integration. Theophile, you have a valuable experience with cities and local level. And can you tell us a bit more about the coalition of coastal cities and regions, and in general on your work at Ocean and Climate Platform? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ante. Thank you for the invitation. To Daria too. Nice to join you online. Yeah, I think it's nice that I can have the opportunity to talk on the last one of this roundtable, because it's a bit a different topic. I want to share a call for a coalition of coastal cities and coastal regions that will be launched soon at the UN Ocean Conference that will be hosted in Nice by two countries, by France and Costa Rica. So at this specific occasion, one day will be dedicated to coastal cities and coastal regions. So what is interesting is that we are in a conference where states, parties are invited to participate, but we are also trying to integrate the voice of local government. So it will be one day dedicated to those local governments facing ocean impacts, climate impacts on the coast. This coalition of coastal cities is now being designed, and we really need you all, and all the different projects that you mentioned are very well aligned with what we're going to do. And so it's a call for collaboration here on the Mediterranean aspects of coastal cities and the threats they are facing. So this coalition will be chaired by the mayor of Nice, Christian Estrosi, and is supported by France and Costa Rica. And the Ocean Climate Platform, my organization, is mandated to the prefiguration of this new body. This new body is very useful to share a common vision of what we have to do to gather all different actors. So we are working for cities and regions, but also trying to gather together the financial intermediaries, the scientific sector, all the network of cities and regions that are already working on this topic, to share a common vision of what we have to do and how we have to adapt. There is also something very important, is that my organization was created just before the COP21, 10 years ago. And we are now organizing the Ocean Action Day today, a bit earlier. And we need to institutionalize this dialogue for coastal cities and regions with states and parties. And I think we already touched about all the different key topics that are how to access data and how to put science at the heart of policy decision, finance, how to include better the private sector, how to foster the implication of the public sector, and then share best practices, share a common vision, be able to showcase what has been done correctly. And there is not so many examples, but hopefully we are here together today to identify the best one. So that's my main message. We are now inviting a lot of mayors all around the world, all the countries that you mentioned. We are working in Morocco, in Tunisia, where we already sent invitation to a lot of different mayors. But I really want to make clear that during this UN Ocean Conference, the civil society will be welcome too, and we have to work together. And the objective of this coalition is really to gather all the different key players we need all around this very long process of coastal adaptation. So thank you very much, and happy to work with you further.
Thank you, Mr. Theophile. I hope that many of our coastal cities from the Mediterranean will join the call for this valuable initiative. Thank you all for your attention, actually. We are way over the time, and I'm really glad that we have here still the support and technical service and organization to our partners from UFM. Thank you very much. Before Daria concludes the event, I would like to have some questions. I see there online 4 comments. Maybe those are 4 questions. And maybe we have additional question here from the group. So please, can we see those comments there? If it's only, hi, how are you doing? No, nothing? Okay, great. Nothing from online. A question or remark here from the audience. Everyone is ready to leave the COP, but not before Daria's concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ante, and thank you all. It was really interesting, and I think that we showed in this Mediterranean pavilion, which was, I think, the first regional pavilion at COP 3 years ago, that here in Mediterranean we are doing quite interesting work in building partnerships. I really love SDG 17, like the last but not the least, the partnerships. And there are many of us, but there is so much to do. I think that it's quite clear, our path is quite clear, starting from the regional legislations, institutions, and then national structures like, again, the governance structure, the laws and the institutions that enables us then to develop the plans and strategies to build awareness, to move society, to get the climate literacy population to use all the tools and technologies. What is very often the really hard thing to do is this vertical integration, and that's why we are also very grateful for Theophile that he managed to come, because our starting point are our national focal points. So our entries in the countries are the national level, mostly ministries of environment, and we get down to regions, but there are many countries in Mediterranean, so joining our forces and mobilizing from local level is really important. I would like to thank you all for your contribution. It was a long day. We hope we will have some ambitious result in the end of the negotiations today. So that we will keep on going to Nice and bring again to Belém some interesting and new initiatives, some good ideas for replication that can really accelerate our work. I would just like to end that we were also always kind of pushed towards working in adaptation, but luckily our systemic approach never allowed us to go without mitigation. So when you approach things in a holistic manner, in a systemic approach, one cannot go without another, and without mitigation there will be in many places no adaptation. So thank you all, and have a fruitful work the rest of the day and tomorrow. Thank you.